Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market show for Trade Ideas for Friday, November the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me. You can see my screen. Great. If there are any issues with sound scratchiness or anything like that, let me know. I can always do an adjustment within the room. It sometimes can work. So what is happening this morning? A lot of earnings plays still. This is not an earnings play, though. This INVO. INVO actually has earnings next week, November 13th. Big pop up for it. Something to do with announces appointment of Dr. Peter Cash, et cetera, following the closing of their pending merger. So that is INVO, very low float, 2.44 million in the float. I don't think MOTS is an earnings play. Yeah, MOTS is not an earning. I'm just going to go over some of the ones that aren't earnings plays right now. MOTS is not an earnings play. Company announced that Pure VU EVS Gastro was successfully used, et cetera. So some news about MOTS, MOTS. A very, very low flow, 336,000 shares in the float. It's probably under a million. When you have 336, when our provider says 336, you can go to probably 10 different websites and get 10 different float values, but whatever it's going to be, it's going to be very low. MOTS. Now let's take a look. Groupon, which has always amazed me. Where is Groupon? Groupon is an earnings play moving down on earnings. You know what? Let me just sort on my earnings date column so I can find these things a little more quickly. There's Groupon. Groupon was amazing to me because I had no idea they were still around. Okay, so from back in May, they ran from 3 all the way up to 16. Not quite straight, but straight enough. Anyway, earnings today and 30% drop. What's considered a good float or a high float? No, well, it depends. When you say we want a high float, correct? This is somebody from my YouTuber. Well, it's just that when you have a low float, this is when you can get some wild action. Okay, so that's why an INVO with that float can go up 92%. So it depends what you mean. If you're looking for action, the lower the float, the better. But with, just because it's gone up 95%, it could drop 60% though from here. So they're very volatile. That's all. So it depends on what style of trader you are. You're not going to see Apple up 93% with, 3 billion in its float. Anyway, let's get going here. Docs, guys. Docs is another earnings play. I think it's, let me go down here. I think Docs is an earnings play. Another low float, 9.7 million in the float. And if you're wondering what I think a low float is, wait a minute, that's not Docs. Here we go, Docs. 122 million. So it's not that I'm just focusing on low floats, but 15%, that's a big move for 122 million in the float. Docs, DOCS, earnings play, nice gap up. TTD, yeah, TTD on the way down here. Look at this 23% drop. Big float, 440. I mean, to move 22% with that float, that is a big number. Big percentage number through the 200-day moving average. Recovering now somewhat. Actually, quite a bit. Got down to what, 50 post-market yesterday, got down to 53.30. So it is tacked on $6 from that low. Arcel, pretty low float, 25 million in the float. This is an earnings play, up 16%. Looking at this because you never know. I mean, if it can, it's got some room to 12. Okay, 12.14 looks like the next highs looking left on the daily chart. So it's got a little bit of room to the 12 level. Dr. CT, DRCT. This is a cheap earnings play. Another low float, 2.88 million in the float, up 41%. Man, at one point though, it was up to $4.13 in the pre-market, so it's dropped, a significant percent from that high through the 200-day moving average. ILMN, ILMN, a more expensive one, big gap down for it, down $12 so far. ILMN, another big float, 157 million in the float, so that's a big move for that size of float. But look at this. This has been in a steady decline for weeks from two. Wow. What day was it? So this was April, in April of this year. I mean, it's still this year, a 200 and basically $30 stock down to $94. Now we're in for a nice open. It looks like anyway, as long as what time is it? 9:06. We have another 24 minutes before the market opens, but we have had almost 2 hours straight up. Yeah, an hour and three quarters straight up. You guys are talking about Unity, another earnings play, gapping down on earnings, trying to recover a little bit. 21.25 was the low, so it's tacked on about $1. HE, of course, in the news a lot for all the wrong reasons. Where are you? There you are. HE. So HE is an earnings play, and they've said that they are not actually. Actually, it looks like they were supposed to release earnings yesterday, but now they're delaying their quarterly filings. Okay, so so there's a delay in their filing. So it's actually not an earnings play. I thought it was, but this is dropping on that news. And Figs, guys, I don't think Figs is an earnings play. FIGS. Again, I've seen this guy's name. I guess he's somewhat known, Ron Barron. Anyway, I guess he was mentioning Figs on CNBC. Stock in his portfolio, so that is Figs, FIGS. Okay, today I will go over the upgrades and downgrades. Now, there are a lot of other earnings plays, guys. I can't get to them all, but I don't know if I even mentioned INDI, their earnings play. But here are all the earnings plays. So if you have my pre-market actives up and down, all you have to do is just do a sort on the earnings date column. Just double left click rapidly on the earnings date column, and then you'll be at the top here. Just scroll down, and again, anything minus 0.25, anything 0.25, those are the earnings plays today. The same thing, and these are the ones on the way down. So there's just can't get Win is another one. I know people follow this casino stock, WINN, Win, another earnings play. Vuzi. Oh, Vuzi's having earnings too. Not so good. VUZI. Somebody was in Vuzi months ago. Can't remember. Sort of remember the name. All right, let me take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades this morning. Give me a moment, guys. All right, I'm going to take a look. I didn't do it yesterday. I had too much work, too much looking at all these earnings plays yesterday. And by the way, guys, this is the last big day of earnings. We have some company. We have 250 or almost 300 next week, but this week we had something like 1,400 companies releasing earnings. So this is the last big week of earnings. All right, let's take a look at some of these upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com this morning. See if there's anything interesting. Interesting meaning is there one stock that's being upgraded or downgraded by multiple firms? Or can I see a price target that looks crazy compared to the current price? And again, this has nothing to do with trade ideas, okay? This is just coming from briefing.com. Lots of sites out there that you can find earnings. I just use briefing.com. Bragg has a price target of 8. Let's see what it is right now. Bragg, BRAG. All right. Well, okay, we've got a price target of 8 by JMP Securities. Now, does that mean it's going to get to 8 today or ever? No, but it's given the stock a little bit of a lift. There's hardly any volume though. What I want to do, I just want to get them in and then I'll take a look at some of them to see if there's any kind of crazy looking price upgrade. Morning, YouTubers. Ryan, Benji. All right, let me take a look at some of these, see if there's anything that looks crazy. Take a look at Vera. Okay, let's take a look at Vera. Or Bradley, I think. I'm wrong. Vera Vera Therapeutics. Okay, so Vera has a price target of 26. Okay, 26. Been upgraded from by Jefferies from 18. That was their previous target. And now they're putting a $26 price target on it. Okay. So there's one. Let me take a look at the downgrades now. Same thing. I'm looking for maybe a stock that has been downgraded by multiple firms. There's a bigger downgrade list than an upgrade list this morning, anyway. Morning, Jamie. Good. Well, I don't even know why these analysts care. Downgrading something from $2.25 to 175. Like, who cares? Why waste your time? See, Wells Fargo is downgrading Hawaiian Electric HE from down to 850. Okay, ILMN. Let's take a look at ILMN. Well, it's already way below the price. Canaccord is downgrading it to 120, but it's already at 90 something. So look at you. I often wonder, are they just trolling some of these companies like JetBlue downgraded to $3? JetBlue downgraded to $3. Wow. Multiple down. Now I know Plug. I didn't mention Plug. Plug is an earnings play. Multiple downgrades for Plug. Did not mention Plug. So these some of these airlines are being downgraded. The Love and Vuzi's downgraded also. That's the last one on my list. All right, guys. So CGC. Well, I don't know. It's cannabis, so I mean, I know you know that. I mean, I mean, it's a mess. What more can you say about it? I mean, it's a complete mess. Hopefully, I mean, if you're asking me if you think you should buy it or what, I mean, look at it. It's a mess. It didn't, if it released earnings, did it release actually? Yeah, there it is, November 9th post market. So if it cannot pop up on earnings, then, nothing's going to help it. Obviously, it's all tied into regulation and all that. That's when all these cannabis stocks had a big move. And then the move petered out on, I guess, September 12th. And ever since then, it's back down to a sub $1 stock. The whole industry is a mess until there's some, federal resolution in your country about this. We have in Canada. I mean, it's just, it's going to meander around again. Here's the cannabis ETF that had the big pop and all that hype. And look at this. I mean, it basically dropped back right down from when the hype started. Somebody asked about NVIDIA. What do I think about NVIDIA? Let's take a look at the chart. NVIDIA has earnings coming up in about 11 days. So the same thing. I mean, look at it. There's the high up here at 503. I mean, it's just kind of in this weekly chart, it's kind of stuck in this area. It's had a nice run this morning. The high yesterday was 482. So, I mean, I guess it's got a shot. There's no news on. Okay, so they reportedly plan to launch new chips for China. Okay, so there is some news on Nvidia, but whether I think this is going to keep it moving, I have no idea. That news on Nvidia was yesterday. Okay, it must be just rehashing it then. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. Now that we're having a nice little run in the pre-market, I guess I'm sure all the sectors, the only one that can be the wild card is energy. So I click on new from our toolbar, scroll down until I see show more, and then where I see sector status, right at the bottom here, what you're going to see, these are the major sectors. So everything's up. Okay. So again, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that means. And you can see the OKE is leading the way, 4.9 up 4.9%. Is this an earnings play for OKE? Probably not a lot of volume. Anyway, that's what all this means. So when you take a look at all the sectors, or at least all of them are at least over 50%. And again, there's tech, or excuse me, XLE energy at 100%. Tech is 89%. Communications 94%. Does that mean that these all these sectors are going to run once the market opens? Of course not. But right now, this is what we're looking at. And as always, I want to take a look at where are these sectors, these major sectors, with respect to their moving at 200-day moving average. And again, you can see that energy a few days ago popped up above the 200-day moving average, but the last 3 days moving down. That blue line is the 200-day moving average. Take a look at retail. We got another one moving away. Of course, the market was down yesterday in a fairly big way. So a lot of these sectors are going to have a red bar looking like that. But again, retail moving away from the 200-day moving average up to the downside. Consumer staples, XLP. Yeah, this is not even has not really challenged the 200-day for a while. Healthcare, XLV. If we're keeping score here, guys, so far, none of the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. I know we're going to have at least three probably, but again, XLV, healthcare, moving away. Industrials, XLI. So maybe a little challenge today for industrials. You can see that it was close. It's been hanging around just a little bit underneath. So maybe a challenge today if the market is really strong. We might see a break above the 200-day moving average, but again, still below. Now this is the one. Now financial. I know it's not going to be above. Let's see how close it is. I'm sure we're going to get a big red bar from yesterday's action. Oh, I'm wrong. I am wrong. It did close down below the 200-day moving average, though. So, but it's just hovering around, but it is below the 200-day moving average. I mean, I'm talking about yesterday's candle. Now, consumer discretionary should be above XLY. Yeah, it's above, but again, like a lot of the sectors yesterday, big red bars. So to see what happens today, but it is above. So right now, the only one. Take a look at utilities, XLU. Utilities. Yeah, so this one, yeah, moving away from the 200-day moving average. Materials, XLB, moving away from the 200-day moving average. And finally, we get some hope here, guys. Now, especially the SPY, of course, is laden with tech stocks. And so that's why the SPY is quite a bit above its 200-day moving average. And it's because of communications. Look at this. There's that 200-day moving average. It was getting closer and closer a few days ago, but look at this move. And then, of course, tech, XLK, and another one. I got very close, like communications a few days ago to the 200-day moving average, but again, moving away. So we've got three of the major sectors above the 200-day moving average. Then the SPY itself, 423, still around that area, 423. So 424 is the 200-day moving average, and you can see a few days ago it broke right through, mainly because of communications and tech. All right, guys. So Invo is kind of hanging in there. INVO, not an earnings play, just a cheap stock. And again, some appointment. I guess this guy has some weight in the industry, I guess. Dr. Peter Cash. That's, that's the only thing I can see to cause this pop in INVO. So Figs still on the move here, guys, with this guy named Ron Barron. I guess he talked about that on CNBC. Bullish pitch from billionaire investor Ron Barron. Okay. Oh, so he has a stake in it, 15%. Oh, I see. So they healthcare apparel, okay, and lifestyle brands, okay. TV, I recognize you from a while ago. Welcome back. If Look at Met C, guys. Look at Met C. This was the huge star from yesterday. I did not hold it. I was really toying with the idea of holding it, but I didn't hold it. Um, but it's at yesterday's high now. Met C at yesterday's high. It's calling the U real in terms of a bounce off around that 22 mark. So Met C, guys, and if you didn't see the news yesterday, this was the eye-catching $2 million coal mine that might hold a $37 billion treasure. We're not talking gold here, guys. We're talking rare earth minerals. Okay, so that's what that's all about. This guy bought this coal mine for $2 million about 12 years ago. Now it's possible that there could be rare earth rare earth elements. And if it is developed, as I said, it'll be the first rare earths mine in the US since 1952. And then you've got these guys, ISS EVA downgrading them. When we looked at the monthly chart for this one, I think it still has some room. Yeah, so on the monthly chart, the next high looking left is around 1831. And I can't see that on the weekly. I'd have to scroll out a bit. So it's basically the same. Okay, so there is some room. Already, my goodness. Okay, guys, market's going to open in less than a minute. Well, let's have a great end to this trading week. And again, looks like we could have a decent day if you want to see positivity in the market. So I'm going to close this down. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. And we've got about 15 seconds. So with a lot of these stocks that are kind of beaten up a little bit on earnings, we could see bounces in them as long as the market keeps doing something like this, or as long as it doesn't, as long as we don't start to see some giant red bars. All right, guys, we're now open, and just wait for my alerts to show up. So there's the Met C. Just talked about the Met C. And this Dr. CT, DRCT, I'm making a high here. Not a pre-market high, but a pre-market high was way up here around $4. It is an earnings play. Very low flow. Look at the look at the volume. 3.6 million, 2.88 in the float. So it's already traded the float. MET-C, guys. So now this is above yesterday's high. Yesterday's high was 1652. So it is just a little bit above it. But look at these topping tails. So I wouldn't be in a rush. ILMN, guys, ILMN on the way down here. ILMN earnings play on the way down. Boy, this takes out 90. Look out below. I think I'll put an alert right around here in case it takes that out later on in the day. Barfly, BFLY. I know it's not barfly. It's actually butterfly. This is not an earnings play. Whoa, okay. This could be one of those that just whoa, man. Oh, man. Look at this ILMN, guys. Okay, market's putting in a red bar to start. Hopefully it's not a giant red bar to wipe all this out, but well, Real, that was a great call on the U. I know you were more bullish on this 22 break. Certainly moving counter to the market. There's a red bar, big green bar to start for you. Okay, guys, here's MET-C right back up now. MET-C right back up. METC right back up. Yeah, man, oh man, look at it, 1670. And so a 17 break could really get it rocking again. Whoa, I had an alert set for GME on the way down here. So wow, so this is why I had an alert. All right, HE showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. It's just a little early. And when I look left, I mean there could be some support around that 12 level. It's not an earnings play. They basically were supposed to release earnings yesterday, but they chose not to. Market punishing them for that. Now, Groupon also showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. 944 was the price. Wow. I mean, on the weekly chart, $7. Sometimes, I will take an early alert if it's an all-time low. Of course, this is not an all-time low, but Groupon looks really weak. Sina, guys. Now I had this written down. They just had no volume. Sina had no volume. Volume is picking up a little bit. This is an earnings play, SYNA. It released earnings after hours. You can see it popped up to 105. I don't know how much. I don't know on how much volume. Now it's starting to drift down. JRT is also halted on the way down. Ooh, this is an earnings play. Didn't see this in the pre-market. The reason being it had no volume. So all of a sudden, though, the market opens and it just craters on only 21,000 shares. Okay, so far, holding off on the METC has been a wise idea, I think. Trade idea shut down. Are you on the web-based version, Valley? Or are you on the downloadable app? Well, not seeing it shutting down for me, certainly not me. I don't know, I don't know why. You just have to reload it, I guess. Well, we are getting a pretty giant red bar. Look at it. It's trying to wipe out all that good work it did. SPY is still up. I think Blink is an earnings play also, BLNK. RBA is an earnings play, guys. RBA is also an earnings play. Really no action in the pre-market. Market opened, and now this is starting to move down on earnings. RBA underneath that whole number. Ugh, Groupon. Again, I just won't take them that early. But okay, Groupon now is challenging the pre-market lows. Well, I guess actually this is the pre-market low, 850. Wording Mund. Okay, keep an eye on the MET-C, maybe for a 17 break, guys. Okay, MET-C. If you have a program, maybe just put a price alert around 17 to see if it takes it out. I read at the high here. Groupon. Look at Groupon. So this is what I'm talking about, okay? Okay, give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I messed up one of my scans on my other monitor. Just give me a moment. There we go. Okay. So this is what I'm talking about. To look at Groupon, had an alert at 9:44. Price at 9:33. I just don't take them that early. But again, if you're less conservative than me, look at this. 9:44 down to 872 now for Groupon, GRPN. And Groupon is It is an earnings play. DESP, Despegar. That's a clothing. No, I thought it was clothing. Okay, Despegar. Earnings play. 820 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it's got a little bit of room. Out of Argentina. All right, here are our first alerts from the AI today to a couple of shorts. And again, the AI, nothing happens until at least 9:40. Okay. You just wait for the alerts to happen. And then how you trade them, of course, is completely up to you. But this is a suggestion to short Unity at 2346. Okay, this is an earnings play. Got hammered down on earnings, but it's had a pretty good recovery. Look at the market, though, guys. Look at the market. Remember, this was a giant red bar, but the buyers have stepped in. The buyers have definitely stepped in. We have another 3 minutes for this candle to close. It's a 15-minute candle. Wow, that's quite something. And again, Hawaiian Electric, HE, another suggestion to short. I'm definitely interested in this one, in this Unity, to see it rest here for a bit. On the short side. What I'm going to do with this one, then, I'm just going to stick a price alert. I don't have to keep. I don't have to keep watching it. I'm just going to stick a price alert just underneath the 2346 and see if it takes that out a little bit later. Blink, guys, Blink, BLNK. I didn't talk about this one at all, but this is an earnings play, BLNK. Yeah, so HE is having actually a big pop here off the bottom here. Bottom was around 12, right around $12. So it had a big pop actually. So you can see what's happening with both of these. They're sort of running a little bit with the market now. That is a pretty solid looking recovery on the SPY, guys. Not only do we have a giant bottoming tail, but this could turn into a green candle. We only have another 6 seconds, 5 seconds. There we go. So it turned into a green candle. My goodness. I don't know how to answer it. Did you just load it? There are only two here in the breakdowns. and 1 in the breakout. I have no idea what you're doing wrong. I mean, if you've got mine and you haven't made any adjustments to it. Wow, I'm very glad I held off on the Met-C now, guys. Look at Met-C now. Yeah, it's hard for me to know, Eyes. I mean, if you've got mine, are you getting alerts on anything else? Make sure you are connected correctly and all. 9, guys, this is a little energy play. NINE. It is actually Oust. Yeah, I actually had Oust on my secondary list this morning. Oust is an earnings play, I think. Yeah, Oust is an earnings play. Yeah, I mean, to me, it could stall right around this 520 mark. Okay, so you're not connected then. Do you have somehow you're not connected, Eyes? Do you have a green ball? Is your ball green? There, right there in the toolbar. You have a green sphere. Only thing I can suggest is clicking on account and reset the connection or something. Oh, I see. You have some on the momentum. I see. Okay. I thought you meant I read that incorrectly. So you are getting some alerts. Yeah. I knew I could count on Grumpy. Well, I have no idea. I don't know how to help you because I mean, if you've got mine, if you took it from my homepage, I don't know. You can try to drop the link in and I can take a look. Maybe you made an adjustment. Okay. Tell you what I'll do. I'm going to right click. I'm going to go look at configure. And here's a summary. You tell me if you do the same thing, if you have exactly the same. Okay. So right click, say on the 10-day daily breakout, doesn't matter which one you choose, and tell me what values you've got. INVO, guys, INVO on the move here. Okay. Can you do that for me? I compare them to what I've got. Okay. Can I'm kind of waiting. I like to get to the bottom of this, but I have to kind of move on if you can't help me here. All you have to do is just right click on, take the 10-day daily breakout, right click on it, configure and summary, and tell me if these are the same values you've got. Can you see my screen? Oh, guys, INVO just got halted, so I think somebody's in INVO. Okay, guys, I'm sorry, I have to move on. So right click, configure, summary. Okay, right click on it, and then configure, summary. Okay, again, right click on the alert window, click on configure, click on summary, and then you'll get what it's looking for. I got the same? Well, then I don't know what to say. It's I'm at a loss. If you don't have these and you haven't made any, so you haven't made any changes, I have no idea. Sorry. Says he is, Chris. I asked if he's connected, and he said he was getting some. Yeah, maybe that's it. Okay, let's take a look at one thing. Thank you, Pepe. Make sure again, if you right click on either of those two windows, right click, click on history. Okay, and it should say real time. If it doesn't say real time, maybe you were searching for yesterday. But even if you were, you see some alerts. But make sure that does say real time. Okay, so again, right click, configure. I'm sorry, right click, history, and then make sure real time is checked. But he says he's getting alerts in the momentum scan, Chris. So that's why he says he's connected. He does have a green ball there. But thanks. Okay, guys. Let's see. My guess is Groupon probably had a bit of a pop. Not much though. Still weak on earnings. So this one absolutely. Now listen, guys. I mean, keep an eye on this. I mean, listen. This may. I mean, it could even go positive. I mean, the way it's trading right now, another 76 cents to go positive for you. A good one, William. So INVO is halted, as I pointed out, or was pointed out earlier. So there's the halt. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is from Interactive Brokers, Time and Sales. This is telling me the halt price. You can't see the symbol here, but it is INVO. There's the halt price. Right-hand column here. These are the potential opens. Okay, as you can see, nothing is written in stone. This is the potential open. So if you're in this one right now, it looks good on the open. And typically these are 5-minute halts. And if it's a 5-minute halt, they should open in, well, it's more than a 5-minute halt. Here's my halts resumed. So it got halted at 9:48 plus 40 seconds. So that should have been 9:53 plus 40 seconds, but we are past that now. So this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. Usually they're 5-minute halts. If not five, then multiple of five. So in other words, 10. So this could be a 10-minute halt for INVO. This guy must be talk about ego boosting. The stock goes crazy because this guy's been announced as the vice chairman. So far, nothing shaking from the AI yet. Obviously keep an eye on this METC. I mean, it's had a big pullback, big pullback. You can see I was waiting for a 17 break to perhaps get into the trade. You can see there's my blue line up there. Did not turn green. So glad I did. And look at this. I mean, that's a big sell-off now. Now, compare this to yesterday. If you recall, if you're in the room yesterday, my abnormal option activity scan was pretty much full at this time at 9:56. Only one has met the filter requirements so far. So it's a different day. And I'll go over my scans in a bit. Now, I should also point out that as we were in this test drive, and you can still sign up for it. You will not get 10 days. You will get the balance of today and next week, 5 trading days. Okay, it'll still cost $11.11. So if you think that's worth it to try us out for almost 6 days, then go for it. And this is what I'm talking about. If you click on the test drive link, so it started on Monday. So the only way to take full advantage of it would have been to start on Monday. Then you would have got the 10 full days. But if you think $11.11 is worth it to try us for 6 days, go for it. Okay. And what'll happen is you'll be just as if you're a premium subscriber, have access to our AI. Not having a great day yesterday, had a fabulous day yesterday, but it's early. And again, you trade around these, just because you know I use this like a watch list. It's that simple. I don't pile into a trade just because I get an alert from the AI. I use it like a watch list. Now, a couple of important things. If you sign up for the test drive, I'm going to show you what I think you should do just to get prepared a little bit. There are a series of videos you should look at probably. But also, when the test drive is over next Friday, there's nothing for you to do. And please listen carefully. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to contact us and say, please unsubscribe me from the test drive and send me a confirmation email. That's the problem. Okay, there's nothing to do. Okay, we don't put you into a subscription. When the test drive is over, it's over. Okay, so please, again, listen really carefully. And the reason I say this is that our support staff gets overwhelmed by people saying, "Hey, unsubscribe me from the test drive and give me a confirmation that you've done that." Okay, so there's no need to do that. Okay. Also, we only do this about 3 times a year now. So if you're looking for, we don't have free trials. So if you're looking for something cheap to try us out, this is the time to do it. Okay, give me one moment. I want to have one more link. We do have a contest going on too. This is for the test drivers. I'll answer your question in wow, look, okay, guys, there's the INVO. Big pop-up. So it did take 10 minutes for it to open. Oh, the test drive contest now. Okay. So if you click on this, you just have to follow the rules. You have to pick in the simulator, you have to pick the correct account that you want to go into, and you can only open again for test drivers. Okay, just follow the instructions. Wow, look at INVO. Oh, wow. Good one, guys. Anybody who took that one early? So we don't have a room for options. No, we don't scan for options. This Ray, the program does not scan for options. Number one, okay? Yeah, Rolex. I mean, that's what I'm trying to really emphasize. When you take the test drive, it's not a subscription. Call it a subscription for 10 days. When it's over, it's over. Okay. We don't put you into a subscription. Now, the other thing is if you're a standard subscriber right now and you want to try out our premium service, for again the balance of today plus next week. You can do so. And again, unless you tell us to leave you in premium, we'll move you back down to standard. Okay. Grumpy, it doesn't matter. We say it. We tell people, but people don't read emails. Okay. I mean, I'm probably as guilty of that too. Getting a lot of emails, not from trade ideas, but other things. Maybe I don't read them. So, people don't read emails, or they're just worried. Okay, I got an email, but I want to make sure. I want to make sure. So I'm going to email trade ideas, make sure I'm not subscribed to anything. So, Ray, no, there is nothing. We do not have. We do not have anything to do with options in terms of scanning. Okay, I'm sorry. In terms of scanning options, expiry dates, the Greeks, anything like that, decay. And if you're asking me why I choose to trade stocks over options, I don't know. I mean, options is sort of a different skill set, I guess. I never really looked at trading options. I know people do trade options, obviously. One of the, I guess, the attractions of trading options is the leverage. In your country, assuming you're in the States, you don't have to worry about the pattern day trade rule, things like that. I'm in Canada, so that doesn't affect me. But I've just never really looked at options, so I can't really comment on the benefits of trading stocks versus options because I've not done options other than what I just said, leverage for option. But it's a different skill set. Oh, optionable stocks. Oh, I see. I see. Okay. Well, it's not that I'm looking for it's just okay, because I'm an intraday trader, day trader, I'm always looking for stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. So one of the great filters that we've got is the relative volume filter. You can see Invo is 195. It's trading 195 times what it normally has done up to 10 o'clock. This is a time sensitive filter. So up to 10 o'clock Eastern time over the last 10 days. Okay, so over the last 10 days, on average, it is now trading 194 times that. Obviously, something to watch. Okay. Another way, though, that I'm looking to find stocks that are just trading abnormally is to check out their option volume. So it's not that I'm trading the options, but it helps me to see, coupled with the relative volume, stocks that are also trading abnormally option wise. So if you look at Blink, look at you here as an example. It's traded 75,000 contracts right now. Okay, a little over that. That's 192% of normal, 1.9 times normal. So it's trading abnormally, option wise also. So it's just another way. I say this a few times. If you see the same stock in the daily breakout and in the option activity, really pay attention to it. So it's just another way to find stocks that are trading abnormally. And if it's in blue, light blue, this is a multi-strategy window. I have two alert windows in here. One is moving higher with unusually strong options volume. And the minimum has to be 150%, 1.5 times normal. And the minimum number of contracts has to be 500 contracts. I don't want to see something that is trading 10 contracts and normally it only trades one. So it's 10 times normal. Okay. So I have a minimum number of contracts. And then the other one is moving on the way down with unusually strong options volume. And that's how I have them color coded. So if you see light blue, this is a stock moving higher on options. And if you see, I don't know if there, the METC, that was moving lower. So, a suggestion to go long, a suggestion to go short. Okay. So, I mean, I know there are people in the room that do trade options, and some have told me that at least what this does is it shows you stocks that are trading abnormally option wise. So if you're going to intraday options, I mean, you obviously have to find a way, I guess, to find stocks that are trading abnormally, right? Option wise. So just to let you know, and anybody else interested, these are the option filters that we have. Some obvious ones. We've got the put call ratio, option volume today, put and call volume today. This option volume today is the average number of contracts over a 10-day period. So this is what this gets. So this directs that to the option volume today percent that looks at the average number of contracts over a 10-day period. And so if I put, say, you can construct your own, of course. So let's just say some stock is over the last 10 days has averaged 5,000 contracts over the last 10 days. If you use this filter right there, option volume today, and say put 300% ratio of 300%, then that stock will have to trade 15,000 contracts a day at least. You won't see it unless it trades 15,000 contracts. If it's averaged 5,000 over the last 10 days. But let's take a look at Meta, okay? Take a look at Meta just for fun and see if it's trading abnormally regarding. Yeah, so I mean, it's 21%. It's not even, a lot of option. I mean, it's trading, obviously Meta trades a lot of option contracts every single day, 84,000. It's only 21% of normal. Okay. Doesn't mean, I mean, I know people trade Meta options all the time. Yeah, but it wouldn't be interesting to me because it's not trading abnormally. Okay, so the question in our YouTube room is what does this gradient mean? Okay, you see this big red gradient, and unfortunately, you cannot see the top of this green gradient. So what it means is this. Let me see if I can find something a little bit. Yeah, same thing. See if I can find something that is going to show the top of the gradient. Okay, just give me one moment, guys. Okay, sorry about that. So what this means is when you click on an alert, okay, you click on any symbol at any time, okay, it doesn't have to be right when you get the alert. If I go back in time and click on a symbol, what you're going to see, so I clicked on SVV. So what it's suggesting, what it's telling me is that if I took the trade right now at 11:03, my stop, hard to maybe see it, would be around 1075. Okay. It automatically creates what's called a smart stop. It, without getting into diving into the weeds of it all, I think it looks at the volatility of 15-minute candles, the high and the low of the day. And so when you click on an alert, it's going to generate a smart stop for you. Okay. Nothing magical about, excuse me, about the gradient green. What all that's doing is just saying, okay, if you took this trade at 11:10, your stops down here. I want to make the math super simple. Let's say you took the trade, you clicked on it, and it was at $11, and they said the smart stop was at 1075. 25 cents away, it puts the target 50 cents away from okay? So it's just double, okay? It's just double. That's all it is. But that's what it means. So every time you click on an alert, and if you don't have this showing, all you have to do is right click. And if you want to see it, on go to properties and the box will pop up. And if, at the very end, it says show smart risk level. The default is long. Okay, my worm display is incorrect, but the connection shows connected. This is from Jenny in her YouTube room. I don't know what you mean by your worm display. Sorry. What do you mean by your worm display is incorrect? Is that some kind of a scan you've got? And again, the smart stop is just a guide, okay? I mean, you don't have to obey it or any well, if you wanna try it out in the simulator. Um, I still don't know what they so new highs versus I don't have that one, Jenny, so it's hard for me to, if you can come into the main room because I could take a look at it, but you'd have to put the, cloud link in, and you can't do it in YouTube, okay? Um, okay, you'd have to come in because I don't know, you have a new highs versus new lows. It's not one of mine, I guess. I don't have that up and running. So if you can come into the main room, and then you can post the link. Yeah, I'm just gonna give you the, guys, I'll get to all your questions, okay? I will get to all your questions. So this is the link for the main room, Jenny. And in the main room, you can post a cloud link and then I can take a look at it. Okay, Rolf. Okay, so how do you change the time? Okay, good. You figured it out. How can I change the font size larger in the charts on the horizontal and um are you talking about oh, you're talking here. Okay, you want a big I don't think you can. I don't think there's any option. So you want maybe like the 14, 13, etc. You want it to be larger? I don't think you can. Let me just bring up a chart though. I don't think there's any option. I mean, even if I'm making the chart, that font size stays the same. Even if I make the chart really big, that font, I don't think there's any option. Pretty sure there isn't. Yeah, I don't see any option to increase it. Sorry. Sorry, Kevin. There's no option to do that. So if you come in, Jenny, just this is what it'll look like. You'll probably when you come in, you'll be in the general market talk. You just have to give me the cloud link, and then I can take a look at it. Okay, guys, look at Metsi. Shoot, I wanted to. I was well, it might not be too late. So look at HE. So again, HE at the beginning, the entry short from the AI was at 1257, and it actually moved higher, got up to 13. Unfortunately, I was, tied up doing other things, but you put an alert back at that 1257 price, and then you would have an alert and say, okay, here's the second time it's at that entry. Let's see, maybe it's setting up better now, and look what happened. That's why the same thing. And I'm not saying with you it's going to happen. You looks like it's actually going to go positive. Amazing. Guys, this is an all-time low. Savers Value Village, an all-time low. Wow. This is an earnings play, I believe. Yeah, it's an earnings play. It showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. I'm going to wait to see if it takes out 11 again. The alert was at 11:11. Okay, at 10:07. It got down to 10:90. And I'm going to wait to see if it breaks 11 again, because this is an all-time low for Savers Value Village. I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Okay, profit. I'm sorry. I think you asked a question. Did you ask a question? Where was that question? Oh, my years of experience. What was my biggest loss? Oh, you know what? I honestly can't remember. You're talking about. I mean, listen. When I first started out, I mean, I didn't know what I was floundering. Didn't know what I was doing. Didn't have stop losses, things like that. I can't really remember. I probably have blanked it out of my memory. Okay, Jenny, let me take a look at window count. Okay. Okay. So this is what you've got. Why do you call this a worm display? Just out of curiosity. I've never heard. I've heard the term a worm scan or something, but why do you call this a worm? So what is wrong with it? Okay. I mean, I'm trying to see what are you saying? I just clicked on eight. I mean, these are all should be real time alerts. A lot of action in this one. Yeah. Okay. You know what? It's funny. I do have a compare account window that I use every now and then. I really don't pay it that much attention to the graph, or even this. I mean, I suppose, so what this is telling you is that right now, 72% of the stocks that are meeting your filter requirements are making new lows versus 28% making new highs. Um, So is it right now though? So what you're saying, the green line is on top of so right now the red line is on top of the green line. Now that's because of course I just loaded this, okay? And that's why, because I mean, for me, it looks like it's correct. It makes sense. I've got a big red cylinder, 68% red. I'm assuming that I don't, it's funny. I don't even pay attention to this. I just pay attention to the to what the alerts are. So I'm not even sure if I can help you. On this? If I had the compare count window, I'm just looking at the scroll. I'm just looking at this. I mean, I'll take a glance, okay, it's telling me that, in this compare count, new highs versus new lows, there were 65% are showing lows versus 34% showing highs. Is that interesting? I guess so. But to me, this is the important part. That's all, if I'm looking at a compare count window, I'm just looking at the alerts. The interesting thing can be is if you've got like, well, this is two-thirds red versus one-third green. If all of a sudden you see a green stock, it's sort of sticking out, isn't it? You say, well, in this compare count window, most of everything is well, now all of a sudden things are green. So I don't know what you got here. I don't know what your I'd probably try to tighten it up a bit. Yeah, I mean, if I were you, I don't know. I don't know who gave you this, or did you create this? Because I would probably try to tighten this up a bit, Jenny. Add some more filters in here because you're just getting in my opinion, you're getting overwhelmed. I'd probably add a relative volume. I'd add a minimum volume also, like just a minimum volume, because this is pretty wide open. Did you create this or did somebody give this to you? And it's okay. Don't, I mean, I'm not, I mean, if this is what you want to see, fine, but you're just getting overwhelmed by alerts. So, I mean, you could do something like, start off, again, if you want that price range, fine, but maybe put a minimum volume, I don't know, 200,000. You can follow along. You can do this if you want. I mean, it's up to you, of course, but I'd probably even put a relative volume, like make it two. Just get things that are at least, so now you see the summary. If I did, and then, do the same thing for the other one. Yeah, I mean, I would absolutely add some filters here. Does that make sense? Otherwise, you're just going to get I mean, what does it really mean to just see this constant, ticker of stocks? Trading Room does not like mobile platform. Oh, you hear that bark? I don't know if Chloe's bark it gets picked up. Okay, okay. Well, the compare count window though, excuse me, excuse me, it'll start from whenever you like when I loaded it, that's where it starts for me. If you so what you can okay, I don't have it up again, but if you right click on it, there'll be something that says clear. And if you clear it, then that'll start from right now, 10:24 a.m. Eastern time. So that's what you were seeing for me because I just started it. So at the beginning of the day, you could have a lot more green than red, but as the day progresses, that could switch around. Or when you started, like 2 hours into the market, for instance, let's say the market is going higher and higher and higher, and you loaded that at 9:30, and everything is green, 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 and then the market starts to turn. If I loaded it when the market was turning, mine would look very different probably. I would see a lot more red stocks probably than green stocks. Yeah, so the compare count window is just another way of taking two different, well, like this. Notice now, Jenny, look at this, Jenny. Look how many alerts I'm getting here. Okay, very manageable, right? And the reason, and I really don't want to lose sight of this SVV. I have my alert set down here. The reason I don't get very many alerts here is because I've got some pretty tough. I got one very tough filter. I don't want a lot of alerts in this. Okay, and one of the filters I've got is this current volume, relative volume is at least 8. That means it's got to be trading at least 8 times normal up to this time of day. I have other filters in here, of course, but that's why I do not get very many alerts in these two windows. So, there's always a trade-off, I mean, you can get overwhelmed with alerts if you don't tighten up the like create some filters that are going to prevent that. But if you do want, a few more alerts, I mean, some might say to this, well, you know what, I'll reduce it to 6. I want more alerts. That's fine. There's no magic about why I picked 8. I just decided I didn't want that many alerts. But, if you reduce that to 6, for instance, you'll get more alerts more than likely. Hmm, amazing. Amazing on that you guys. Wow. As you say, it just went positive. A little bit negative right now, but boy, oh boy. Okay, guys. Metsi looks like it's getting a little bit ripe here. Okay, SVV. Let's see. SVV. So it's just broke down through 11 again. I'm watching it trade how it's trading right now, 10.95.11. I'd like to see it really break underneath 11. I love all-time lows. So this is all-time low, SVV, all-time low on earnings. I should say it's an earnings play today, and it's an all-time low. We're in this shaky, shaky day today again, guys. We had that tremendous run, almost 2 hours straight up, and then now we're starting to put in some red bars. So this should help. If you want to short stuff. All right, guys, I'm in this short of SVV. an average about, whoop, it's just popping a bit here. Well, I got to watch it now. 1092 is my short on it. Okay, guys, I just got to watch this SVV. I mean, I hope it gets back into the low 80s and moves down from there. Basically, again, I'm in at 1092 on the short. Ooh, this one is interesting. CNM, the next low looking left is 3077, so it's got a little bit of room. This is showing up on my option scanner. It really hasn't moved. Wow, look at you. So here is CNM 3146, suggestion to short. So it hasn't really moved yet. This is the don't repeat version. Okay. So I can kind of go back and say, okay, I had an alert at 1030 for CNM, potential short 3146. This is the repeating version. You can see suggestion to go long at 25 at 957. And, obviously it's moved higher from there. Oof. Okay, guys, it is 1032. So I think I'm going to go over a couple of things that I normally do around 1030. I just got one last alert for you that the test drive, you can still sign up for the test drive right to the end of today. So I've already gone over this, but this is what it looks like. So for $11.11, you can sign up for it. You'll have the balance of today plus next week. So that's say almost 6 full days. Okay. It'll cost you $11.11. You'll be just as if you're a premium subscriber, you'll have access to the AI. Not that the AI is having a great day today, but again, use it like a watch list. You could have taken that, you could have looked at that and said, you know what, like the way it's trading, but on the other side. So again, for 1111, that is what it will cost. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We do not put you into a subscription. Okay. All right. Watching this SEV, see if 11 holds it. If not, I'm out. All right. I may just watching this SVV. Sorry, guys. I have to watch this SVV. It's toying with me right now. All right. Well, I'll put my homepage link as I'm watching. All right. If you take a look at my homepage, a lot of information on my homepage. Again, I'm just watching this SVV as it's just still hanging around that $11 mark. So first of all, we've got a great promo on right now. And this will be good until 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, Monday. Okay, so this coming Monday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time. And I have to emphasize the Eastern time. Those of you on the West Coast, you try to do it, after 9 o'clock. The code will not be valid. Okay, I'm taking myself out and I'll look at it again. Okay, I'll look at it again. I took myself out of the SVV for a loss. We'll look at it again. Put my price alert down here. I had like a marginal profit in it, but I was looking for a lot more. Okay, so 30% off, early bird 30, okay? That'll get you 30% off the first month only or the entire year. Now, as I said yesterday, if you can try us for a month, and within a month, if you decide that you want to have an annual subscription, we'll honor the 30%, okay? So that's a commonly asked question. And obviously, the reason to take on an annual with a 30% discount, your per month cost will be a lot lower. So just to give you an idea, it's about 82 with the first month. Oh, let's take a look. So on a monthly basis, so it's 118 a month for our standard and 228, okay, for our premium. Premium mainly being the AI, but take 30% off that for the first month. Now, if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's what you pay going forward. But if you decide you want to take on an annual within 30 days, then this is what you'd end up paying. Because our annual or standard is say $1,000, so you'd pay 700, take 30% off that, and this would be 1,400. Okay, so divide both those by 12, and you'll see you'll get I think this is about $50 a month, $52 a month. This might be 80 odd dollars a month. So obviously your per month cost goes way down if you take out an annual. But listen, you want to stay on a monthly forever, that's fine. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do this to get started. It'll run you through your download and install, your first startup and login. Make sure you look at the introduction to scans, top lists, and alert windows, okay? It only take you about 30 minutes to go through these 10 short videos. But you have to, this is a software program. So of course there's a bit of a learning curve. If you're new to Trading 101, this is new, this is free series of videos. You can take a look at those. I do a stock of the day video that you can sign up for. It is free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. If you take a look at the user guide. So obviously there, in the user guide, it's a little more in detail than the 10 short videos that I showed you before. There's the getting started though again. But if you want a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is, the T window, you want to find a little bit more about stock racing and price alerts, price alerts, price alerts. Use them all the time. Now the guide, it's like any other software program. The guide can look overwhelming. You don't have to learn everything in here. Okay. But you should have the basics. What is an alert window? What is a top list window? At least those two things. Okay. Because it'll show you how you can create them if you want. Here's the getting started series again. Daily support. So I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. And today is Friday. No, normally it's Andy, but I think Steve Gomez is going to do it again. He did yesterday's session also, but I'll confirm that before I take my break. I'll put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to whoever is going to be there today. And it works out perfectly. 5 days of the week, we have 5 different traders who take over the room for me in our YouTube room. It's a good idea, I think, to head over. because I have a certain trading style. We all have different trading styles. So I think it's a good idea just to head over and listen to somebody else's take on the market and how they trade. Now, here's all I ask. At some point in the future, if you ever decide to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. Okay. You can either save my homepage link um, and come into it or come into the room and use my promo code. The reason being, it really helps the room to keep this room free. This is a free room. We'd love to keep it that way. The way we do it is by, the company wants to see, is the room working? Obviously we try to sell some subscriptions through the room, try not to be overbearing on it, but it is a marketing effort. And so if you take out a subscription using my promo code, then the company knows, okay, the room is paying for itself. Okay, that's all I ask. Now, if you click on my homepage link and you're looking for my scans, here they are. So this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actors up and down. This shows me the gappers in the pre-market. Okay. The halts resumes. You've seen I flash this screen. This is what the halts resumes looks like. Basically, just showing you stocks that are halted, usually volatility halts, and then when they resume. This is the momentum scan right here. The Momo scan is right here. The abnormal option activity is right here. And what you can't see just on another monitor, but here they are, the 10-day daily breakouts and downs right here. Okay. Now, I apologize. I'm going to keep going a little bit, but I want to just check. I think there was a question I forgot to answer. Something to do about docked my charts or something. I think somebody asked a question about docking. Is it possible to link your dock charts and SPY charts? I don't see it on your page. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, the reason I don't have it on my page is that, I mean, these are time frames that I like to trade. Okay. Doesn't necessarily mean that's what you want. So I leave it up to the individuals to create their own charts. I mean, people ask me all the time, well, you're an intraday trader. Why don't you have a 2-minute chart or a 1-minute chart? Well, it's because I'm comfortable. I am comfortable with with a 15-minute chart. It's really that simple. Okay. And I like to see the daily and the weekly because my style of trading is always looking left to see where the next high is if I'm going long a stock or where the next low is if I'm shorting a stock. And then I want my now, if you do want my layout, I am sharing my layout. Okay. This is my layout that I'm sharing, is what you see. Whoever asked that question about my charts, if you load my layout, then you'll have these doc charts. Okay. And then you can change the time frame to whatever you want. But the reason in my homepage, the reason I have the scans listed individually is that not everybody wants these. Okay, I understand that. So that's why typically what I ask people to do is just go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and then you can kind of pick and choose which you might like. Okay, so let me just go over this. I'll use this as my demonstration about like what? Sorry, guys. Just a bit. Well, I haven't had a. All right. Well, guys, for those of you who know, I've been in the room for a while. My wife works for this company called Stantec. Okay, it doesn't trade very much on the U.S. Stock Exchange. Doesn't even really trade that much on the Canadian Stock Exchange. It's a Canadian company, and they just released earnings today. I thought it was. I sort of knew, and the stock I mean, this stock doesn't trade like this ever. The stock went up $6. Now it's Canadian, 475 US. So happy times in the Anderson household tonight. Wow. Wow. That's good for us anyway. We have a lot of stock in the retirement plan. So sorry to just I couldn't believe it. Just that might be my wife calling. Just give me a moment. It is her. Just give me a moment. Hey guys, I'll be right back. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me a couple of minutes. Okay, guys, I'm back. Happy times. Okay. Um, okay, I'm looking at SVV again. Um, I'll get the stand chart off. Just give me a moment. I want to take a look at SVV again. So I was going to go over this momentum scan, okay, as a demonstration. Just give me a moment. Give me one moment. Okay, I'm sorry, guys. I'm back in. I was just trying to get a decent fill on it. So I'm back in it, the SVV. Okay, so let's hope this time it doesn't mess around with the or the 11 level again. Sure, I did that right. Yes. Okay. So take a look at this momentum scan. So if you took this scan or any of my scans, or you're looking at any other scan that Trade Ideas has, and you want to know what it's looking for, all you have to do is right click and configure and summary. Okay. And there are a lot of programs out there that you can buy that are what we call screeners. We are fabulous at creating scans that can show you real-time alerts. This is the screening aspect of trade ideas, okay? So on this particular scan, if the price is between $1 and $100, current volume is at least three, again, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. Here is what gives it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes, 400% of normal. Okay. If all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So, for instance, the last time, well, you just got one right here, HEPA. So, 1051, you can see HEPA met all these filter requirements and just made a new high for the day. Okay. That is what Traded is excellent at. One other thing, and I think people they misunderstand. You can use trade ideas. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade idea. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is. You can use trade ideas. I think people get a little uh, they don't understand when we say, okay, you can use brokerage plus window if you have interactive brokers or E-Trade. You can actually use trade ideas to trade from within trade ideas if you have an interactive brokers account or an E-Trade account. But it doesn't mean if you don't have either of those 2, it doesn't mean you can't use trade ideas, okay? It just means, you don't have this feature or option available. I don't use it. I'm perfectly, I don't use this option at all. I trade from within Interactive Brokers. So it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas, okay? I want to make that really, really clear. Well, if you looked at this scan and you liked it, but maybe you don't like the price range, of course you can change it. Good. Guys, every time I hear a grunt, not me, but we can put sound alerts, of course, on our different scans. So my sound alert for this one, the 10-day daily breakdown, is a grunting sound. It's a pig grunt. So every time I hear it, I look and I'm hoping it means that SVV just made another new low. And yes, look at that. So getting back to this. So if you like this scan or the idea of it, okay, this is a momentum scan. If you like the idea of it, guys, yeah, I've got a lot of things going on. This is why sometimes this takes a while. It shouldn't take that long for you guys, but to bring up this configuration. Okay. So if you look at this and you thought, well, I like the idea, but I don't like that price range, you can change it, of course. So if I go, all I have to do is click on the icon, left click on it, and everything pops up. So if I want to make that 10 and 100 instead of 1 and 100, I just change it to 10, summary, and then you can save it, say okay. And now, so all I'm really trying to show you is that you can take my scan exactly as I've created it, or you can adjust it to your style of trading, or you don't have to take my scan at all. Okay, but that's why I'm sharing my scan. So you might see something you like. Now, if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. If you right click this time and click on configure, and this time click on search. Now, again, don't get overwhelmed. These are, when you see these icons, these are all the real time alert icons right at the top of the list, the 2 most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But, we have a lot of different real time alerts. And if I get down to these icons, these are the filters that we have. So again, don't look at this and think, "Oh, I can't learn all this. This is way too complicated." The good news is you don't have to. You don't have to learn all these alerts and filters. You might want to just scroll through and just see what we have to offer. But if you look at this and go, I don't know what the heck is distance from inside market. How do I use that? If you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. Okay. And you don't have to learn everything. I probably use, well, in fact, I only use the new high of the day and the new low of the day as alerts. And just a handful of, I mean, this is very typical of a scan for me in terms of I'll always have a price range. I'll always be using the current volume, the relative volume. I'll always have a minimum volume. And then after that, this is more geared for momentum, for that 1000% of normal volume, etc. But I mean, these are my three key ones, and then I might add a couple others, and that's it. I mean, I don't, no, I don't use anything else. Now, that's my style. The only reason we have so many different alerts and filters is because, with thousands of customers, all sorts of different trading styles, the company had to create a lot of different alerts and filters to satisfy the majority of the customers who want to, combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we've got. Now, this room is like this. This is not anything special for the test drive. So you can ask me questions all day long. Okay. If you have some questions, don't be shy. Thanks, Chris. Okay. Oh, boy. It's turning into a great trade, guys, for me. Hopefully, well, I don't know. Yeah, again, I don't tell anybody to take trades. I just point out what I'm looking at, and if it makes sense to you to do the same, great. If it meets your trading style, your plan, etc., you can go for it. But I certainly don't. I'm not going to tell anybody. Well, you should be short this one along with me. Okay, just give me a moment as I'm watching this really start to move down here. So you must be in a top list window, right? Yeah, the volume 1 minute. So you must be trying to do it in a top list window, okay? Because in the top list window, yes, we don't have 1 minute. It only goes down to 5 minutes. Yeah, the reason they don't do it is because 1 minute is just too short a time frame in a top list window. Okay, because remember the thing it gets updated in theory every 30 seconds. So it's really not it's really not conducive to adding it to a top list window. Okay. But certainly in an alert window, you can do it. Well, I'm taking some off. Okay. So remember, I got in at 1086 the second time. So when when it goes down to 1050, I think that 50-cent level is always for me. And again, because I'm not telling anybody to trade like me, to take profit when I do. You have to have your own, you have to have a trading style, a trading plan. But for me, anytime it hits a 50-cent level, I usually take some off. I've done that. And my stop was going to be 11, but of course I'm lowering it. Okay. I keep lowering it now that I've just seeing if it can crater a little bit more here. I don't think it's going to follow the market so much. If I can induce it downwards, I'll just put a little price alert down here. But, and I know I repeat myself all the time, but this is why I love earnings season, not for Apple, Microsoft, Google, etc. I don't care about them because they're not going to give me the 24% moves, okay? It's the second, third, I call this maybe even a fifth tier, something that's, nobody talks about this one. I mean, well, nobody. I mean, there's somebody in the world, I'm sure, but you know what I mean? You're not going to find this on CNBC. Nobody's talking about this one. But look what trade ideas can do. Identify some little stock as an earnings play, showing you that it's a lifetime low. And, I mean, it meets your trading style. It certainly meets my trading style. Short the heck out of it. And we won't hear from SVV for another 3 months. Next earnings season, maybe, I don't know what it's going to come out with next in 3 months from now. I don't think I've ever seen this one, to be honest. I don't think I've ever seen CVV or SVV before. Okay, guys. Well, let's see. I have not looked at anything else since the SVV. So now, if you have any questions, again, fire away all day long. I think TWOU, I believe that's probably an earnings play, but it's a little cheap to short for me. That's all. But I mean, look at this. It is an all-time low. Another one, all-time low. And how can I tell? Because in my single stock window, I've got all these different time frames and the position and lifetime range. When I see red, I know it's an all-time low. Well, when I see red and a negative number, I know it's an all-time low. Okay, guys, I don't have very much of the SVV left. I'm going to hold on to a piece just in case it takes out 1050 again and continues down later on. Otherwise, okay, guys, can you not see my screen because it's showing up right here in the abnormal option activity? You can see right there, TWOU. The first alert for it, the first alert was at 155 at 1027. Again, this is my don't repeat version of this, okay? Why do I have it? I can go back in time and say, okay, what happened to that? What happened to that alert from the time? And here's the price. So what happened? I can always click. So METC, I can click on METC. The alert happened at 946. The price was 1603. The suggestion was to short it. In this case, I know that didn't that didn't work, but you can, they're not all, remember, these are ideas. And you can see on my 15-minute chart, there's a blue arrow. The blue arrow is just telling me the candle. I'm on a 15-minute chart. So the 15-minute candle that the alert happened. Okay. If I had a 5-minute chart up, which I'll do, you can see there's the blue arrow on the 5-minute candle that the alert happened. So actually, I mean, it moved down a little bit. No, I'm wrong. The alert was at 1603, right at the bottom of that candle. And, it kind of stayed there for a bit and then moved higher. So that one wouldn't have worked. But that's the idea of it. So somebody asked, for the TWO. So again, at 1027, we got the alert right there on the 5-minute chart. And you can see from there, it kept moving down. Okay. What a market, guys. So from 6:45 this morning Eastern Time until basically 9:45, so 3 hours we were straight up, and then we were an hour down, and now we are 30 minutes up and wiping out all that bad stuff, all those bad red candles. Look at this, just wiping everything out. Unbelievable. Huh. Okay, Paige, I'm trying to answer your question. I edited the stop of AVPT. Oh, I see. AVPT was here. Okay. So like, where did you take, how did you take the trade? Are you talking about in the simulator page, first of all? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. I mean, typically, if I took this trade right now, okay, and I'll go over, yeah, why is this jumbled here? Okay, so if I took this AVPT trade right now in this fashion, take 300 shares, buy, send. Okay, I'm in the simulator. Now I put a stop in, add a stop order. Say I'll just put it 790 or I'll put it at 770. Okay, so that line will appear. Now I can revise it just by moving the line up and down. Well, I'm not trading live. Okay. I, okay, and you can't do that in the. Are you part of the test drive page? You cannot trade. You cannot auto trade the AI. Okay, but you see what I did. I mean, so if I got this trade, I'm not auto trading. There's no auto trading. Oh, you're not in the simulator. Hmm. You know what, Chris? Are you around? Because I know you have a lot more. You have a lot more experience with using Brokerage Plus and IB. Because I would have thought all you have to do is if you have your stop on the chart, you just have to just move it up and down, like I'm doing here, whether I'm in the simulator or not. Even if I hooked up, if I were hooked up to my IB account, I don't know why it wouldn't work exactly the same way. If it's not working, oh, don't be sorry. Don't be sorry about being new to trade ideas. But I don't know how I can help you. I mean, I can move this line up and down. You should have a line on the chart. You should be able to just move it up and down like I'm doing. Hmm. In that case, I don't know how to help you because I can't duplicate that. Yeah, Chris. So somebody in our YouTube room, if you look at our YouTube room, he's saying that he's trying to move he an AI trade and he's trying to move the stop. You can see on my screen, I've got a stop here, but I'm moving it up and down. Oops, I move it up and down. Oh, well, of course, I put it at the stop level. Let me do the trade again. What's happening here? Ugh. Okay, I want to get back into trade. Okay, now I'm going to put my stop. And again, I'll put it down at 770. Okay, so there's my stop, and now and I'm able to just move it up and down, and it sticks. As he's saying, what happens is he moves it to wherever he wants, but then it jumps back down or jumps back up to the original stop, and I can't duplicate that. So yeah, what Chris is saying is that you can go into your orders, I guess. Go into I can't I have no explanation why it's not doing that for you, but you can go into your order and just right there. There's my stop order for AVPT, and I could cancel it. Whoops, cancel it, and that line will disappear in the chart, and then redo it. I mean, it's a little bit cumbersome, I suppose, but okay, that's why. Thank you, Mr. Expert. Okay, guys, so I am actually still relatively interested in the SVV. If it gets down to maybe that 1050 level again, I'm completely out of the trade now, but I've just said it. Now, price alerts, price alerts, price alerts, price alerts, please use price alerts. I mean, because they're so simple to do, and then what that helps is that you don't have to stare at the chart anymore, okay? So, let's say I wanted to flip the script on this one. I thought, "You know what? Maybe this is gonna recover a little bit. Market is rallying." Not that I think this is, gonna follow the market, but what if I thought, "You know what? I wanna know if this gets up over $11. I may go long." So, all I have to do is take my pointer. There's a dotted line that follows the pointer, and if I can eyeball it well enough, I'll pop it there. I right click and create the price alert. Typically, I don't put any notes in. You can if you want, and then save it, and then there'll be a blue line on the chart. So if SVV gets up to that level, it'll, I'll know about it because what I want to do right now, though, is I want to show you how I use the price alerts window. First of all, you can activate it if you click on New and then Price Alerts window. This is the window if you've never done it before, but this is the window that will show up. It'll be blank, of course. I'm going to exit out and let me create a price alert. Right. I want to see if I can trigger it immediately. Whoops. Ah, it moved higher. Okay, you see what happened? I put a price alert on purpose basically right at the current price. Okay. So you can see what happens is that the price alert window will pop up on your screen, so you cannot miss it, okay? You don't have to have the price alert window taking up space. In fact, I don't think it's a good idea because what you do is you minimize it, and then when you do get an alert, it'll pop up on your screen, so you can't miss it. I sort on the trigger time column so that the last price alert will appear right at the top. I actually put a sound alert on this, using our actions and then, following these instructions. I put a sound alert on it. So that because I have a wireless headset, so sometimes I do wander away from my computer. And so when I hear the sound this makes, I can come racing back and see what the price alert is. So I really, really recommend using price alerts. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Just give me one moment, guys. I just want to read. I didn't read the. Wow. Okay. Okay, guys. What time is it now? 11:16. So in about 45 minutes, I will be taking my break. Look at you. So remember what I was saying earlier? If you don't remember, I'll remind you. If you've got these two scans, okay, the abnormal option activity scan. Oh, forget it. I thought you was here too. If you see the same stock in the 10-day daily breakout or the 10-day daily breakdown, and you see it also in the abnormal option activity scan, really pay attention to it, okay? I'm just seeing if there are any today like that. So it's interesting. For instance, this one, this SVV doesn't trade options. I wonder why it's not showing up here. Well, doesn't trade options, zero, so it's not optionable. What are you trying to figure exactly, EC? Okay. Remember, and Real posted this, several weeks ago. Trade Ideas is a tool. Trade Ideas is not going to teach you how to trade. It's a tool to be used to create either, you don't have to use my scans, but these are the things that I like to see based on my trading plan. Doesn't mean every time I see an alert, I pile into the trade. So, I mean, trade ideas can be customized to your style of trading. If you're brand new and you don't have a style of trading, that's why you should use our simulator, and practice trading for a long time until you get comfortable with some kind of a trading style or plan. We are not, trade ideas does not, the program does not teach you how to trade. Now, if you're talking about navigating trade ideas, I can probably try to help you there. I would be still keep an eye on this Met C. I mean, it had such a big day yesterday. The press release certainly was eye catching with the $32 billion potential assets or potential resource. So, I mean, if in my way of thinking, if it can take out 1650, I'm going to put a price alert there. It might get rocking rolling again. And why? Well, I just look at a chart. Look at all the action right around that 1650 mark on the 15-minute chart. So if it somehow could take that out on some volume, I see what I've done. There we go. Now I can see my volume bars again. You know, this U, pretty unbelievable what it did. It came all the way back. Not only, I mean, is it recovered, but it's gone positive. So Denver, I have something like that. It's not a scam, but it's a topless window. And biggest pullbacks in winners, as an example. Okay, so this is what the scan is looking for. It's a topless window, okay, but this is what it's looking for. So again, always adjustable, but the stock has to be at least still up 3% from the open, but it's got to be down in the last 30 minutes. Okay, so when you click on one of these, the stock will still be, it's still a strong stock. I mean, this is still up 130%, but it's been down in the last. Let me get my 15-minute chart up. But it's been moving down in the last 30 minutes, as an example. Okay. And so, you can click on these alerts and just see what it looks like. Now, do I want to get back in that one? Auto trade without premium. No, there's no auto trading without premium. I don't think you should auto trade anyway, but you cannot auto trade without premium. No. But if you want to create your own scan and you want to auto trade it, you need premium. Yes. We can't prevent you from doing that, but certainly don't. I always say it like this: if auto trading was the way to go, I'd be doing it. It's that simple. I'm sorry, did I give that to you? I didn't give it to you. If you want it, okay? Let me just, okay, Denver. So here's the scan, and of course, you can also do the flip. Looking for biggest losers that have pulled up. Well, you don't have to trade the way I do, Gus, but auto trading is a I mean, we have a lot of people in the trading room who don't trade like me, but they would never auto trade. But I can't prevent you if you want to take out our premium service, you want to construct your own strategy, and you want to auto trade it. That's up to you. Yes. So on the flip side of that, let's take a look. I haven't looked at this one for so long. So this is the flip of it. So these are stocks that are at least down 3%, but are moving higher. So look at TH as an example. Let's take a look at what it looks like. Yeah, you can see exactly what happened. Okay, stock that is still down. Wow, it wouldn't fit it now because it's 2.89%. But in fact, I'm wondering why it would even maybe I put a lower percentage, 3%. Well, it must have been a rounding, something to do with rounding or something. But take a look at Riley. Okay, Riley. You can see exactly what happened. This is not a bad little scan, is it? Looking at it like this is just the flip. Stocks that have been beaten down but are moving higher. So anybody wants this, I can pop that in. So yeah, guys. So again, I'm not trying to. If you want to auto trade, you go right ahead. You can do it. If you want to, you need our premium service. And if you want to create your own scan and auto trade it, yes, you can. But you need premium. You cannot auto trade without premium. Meanwhile, Groupon, wow, what an alert. I mean, just 944, now 811. Not in never took this one, but probably had a little pop up. Yeah, not much though. Really not much. I mean, it kind of rested here, a little topping tail up here, but kind of just based here and then continued down. Oh, I'm gonna miss earnings season. But it's not all over. I mean, we still have about 300 next week, so we will still have a lot of activity surrounding earnings next week, just not as much, which may be a good thing. You know, sometimes you get overwhelmed with all the earnings plays and you try to figure out, well, which one to take. Ooh, look at AMC. I'm just, and they'll keep doing this, guys. I mean, they filed to sell 350 million again. They already did that, I think, in September. Now they're doing it again and they get to keep doing it. Whew. So again, Benji, I don't use Brokerage Plus to do any trading at all. Okay, but I know like Pepe, he uses it, I guess, and says it's fine. I mean, it's prettier looking than trying to from trading within Interactive Brokers. I get that. Okay, I mean it's not a bad display at all, but it doesn't give you any specific advantage whether you trade here or from within IB. At least not that I'm aware of. No, you don't need a premium subscription to use Brokerage Plus, no. Part of the standard service, only if you wanted to auto trade something using Brokerage Plus, but other than that, no. Part of the standard service, all you do is load it right from here, new, Brokerage Plus, and here's your window, okay? You might have different column headers than I do, but that is in essence the window. Ah, okay. It's not gonna be Steve today in the YouTube room. It's actually going to be Andy. He just pinged me. So in about 30 minutes, I'll be taking my break, and Andy will be taking over for me in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. Again, before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head. Andy is actually, I mean, as a lot of guys are more swing traders than I am, but they'll be the first to tell you swing trading this year has not been easy. Well, certainly not any long term swing trade. So But Andy is also somebody who is, looks at bottom fishing situations, stocks that have been beaten up and maybe starting to come around, turn around. I mean, that's not the only thing he does, but he's got some scans like that. So if you wanted to, that's why I always think it's a good idea to head over to YouTube and listen to the other traders also. I mean, again, I have a trading style that's not conducive to everybody's trading style. I get it. What I would say though is that if you're intraday trading, these are all abnormally these and these right here. These are all stocks that are trading abnormally in terms of volume. Okay, and so even if you didn't like the idea of taking something that's at the high of the day or near the high of the day, you could always do something like this. For instance, you might say, "Well, I wouldn't mind taking you, but I'm going to wait to see if it pulls back. Maybe you've got a moving average that you like, maybe a pullback to a certain price that you like, maybe to the VWAP 2437. That's a little far away, but so I mean, the idea though with these is that at least these are identifying stocks that you probably should watch because they're trading abnormally. And if you're going to intraday trade, you don't want to be stuck in something that doesn't get into it, then it doesn't trade. Okay, so these are always going to be stocks that are trading abnormally. Kevin, up here, meaning if you click on new from the toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, we have a lot of scans in here also. These are all theme-based channels. And as I said in YouTube, the other traders, they have scans that they're willing to trade. But is there a sort of a central repository of all the scans that have been created by all of our customers? No. First of all, we wouldn't do that. You know, we've got a pretty good group in here, and there are people willing to share their scans. But there are people that say, "Hey, these are my scans, and I don't want to share them." So we're not going to go into people's accounts and just create essential, as I say, a central repository of scans. Plus, it would be ridiculous. All you would see is a bunch of cloud links, even if they had names. You know, what are you going to do? Because there are thousands upon thousands of scans that have been created. Now there is another. Okay, I should show you this. If you right clicked on an alert window and click on configure, and you're in the strategies section, it should default to strategies. Okay. Now these are a bunch of strategies that were created way back, and they're still in here. Neutral strategies, bullish, bearish. Okay, so if you click on the little plus sign beside bullish strategies, you will see here are some strategies that you can take a look at. Up big in the pre-market, down big yesterday, up big today. And if you want to see what it's looking for, you just have to say turbo brakes up now. Okay, and a little bit. And Jamie made this a long time ago. And I'll give a little description of it. It'll tell you the filters that are being used, and of course, you can always change them. To whatever you want. But this gives you an idea about what it's looking for. Okay, up 50 cents in the last 5 minutes with volume. Okay, up 50 cents in the last 5 minutes with volume. You can take a look at this. This is the English language, what it's looking for, and these are the icons that are used. So you could load the settings, and then what happens then if I click you do this at all? Ah, sugar, I knew this was gonna happen. You have to start off with a new alert window. It went into here because this is where I started it. So start off with a new alert window and then do it. I remember now. So I have to reload that. That's okay. So this is what I meant. So start off with a new alert window, okay? And then you can go to the strategies and bullish strategies, swing long candidates, down to the 20-day SMA. I don't know. Take a look at it. Load the settings, say okay. And here now you've got this. And now at this point, you can always make your changes. So this is stocks down 2 days in a row, et cetera, et cetera. And maybe add a minimum volume. I don't see there's not even a volume, a price range or something like that. So there. So I guess in theory there are some other strategies that people can look at. I'm not going to do it here again, but so those are the bullish strategies, and then the bearish ones are probably just a flip. Turbo breaks down, stocks down 5 days in a row, things like that. So there are some up big yesterday, but down big today. So there are some other strategies here. There was no undo button that I'm aware of. Just don't make a mistake. Okay, guys, MODN just showed up on my 10-day daily breakdown. Okay, just showed up. And this is an earnings play. MODN is an earnings play. So there was the alert at 2260. It's at 2240 now. If I click on it, you'll see there will be a blue. Well, it's not the current. I'd have to have a 5-minute chart, but it won't show like if the alert happened. Here, let me try this. No, it's still the 5-minute candle, yeah. So you won't see the blue arrow until the candle, finishes first, completes, okay? But so there it is, 2260, 2243. So this could be interesting. Next step for me is just to check to see where could it go all the way down until it hits the next low. I can't see anything on the weekly chart. That low right there is 2267, so it's below that. Let me go to a monthly chart and see if how far back you have to go before you hit the next low. Looks like 2215. 2215 is the next low on the monthly chart. That was June of last year. Okay. So, I mean, so 22 may hold it up based on that. It is not too late for the test drive. Hail Mary Hedge. Great name. It is not too late for the test drive. Let me give you the link. This is somebody in our YouTube room asking if it was too late for the test drive. So you'll get the balance of today plus next week. Okay. So you're not going to get 10 days. Okay. Just so you know, you're not getting 10 days. You're going to get the balance of today plus 5 days next week. And then it's over. Okay. Just to be upfront. So it's not 10 days from whenever you start. So if you click on that, okay, so you can sign up for 1111. And again, as always, just want to always repeat this: when the test drive is over, it's over. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Basically, what you're doing is you're taking out a subscription. Well, we'll call it a subscription until the 20th, and that's it. It's over. After that, it's over. So we don't put you into a subscription, okay? Well, this Met C is actually really starting to give it up. I know there was somebody who put a downgraded it, but yeah, I don't know what this is really. This is yeah, this is not an analyst really. It's a program. Where do we see the contest results? That will be an answer for Chris probably knows because he last I think he was leading it, so he probably knows where it is. Sorry, Andy will probably know who'll be in the YouTube room. Let me ask. There we go. Okay, this is the link. Oops. Okay, there's your link. But you got to log in to see the contest results. I don't know how you log in, but because that's what it says. Log in to see the contest results. We do not have an API access option. No. Okay, guys, in about 15 minutes, I will be taking my break. Well, let's see if this AVPT. So this is in the simulator. Okay, this is in the simulator. Now, if you're looking at my screen and you're saying, well, wait a minute, how come your momentum scan it looks a lot different? That's because I had to reload it. So wherever you reload it, it will start again. This has been a real interesting one. This Taste, Carol's Restaurant Group, TAST, had earnings yesterday. Big reaction to earnings yesterday. A little bit choppy though. Look at the big bottoming, a topping tail, big bottoming tail. So, probably would have been. And I'm looking at this right now. Tough intraday trader, in my opinion. I mean, look how choppy it is. You got topping tails, bottoming tails. Where are you going to put your stop? So it's pretty tough intraday trader, in my opinion. William, I know you probably are not looking at this anymore, but look at this ESTA. Look at this ESTA. So this is the one that had the big news on a couple of days ago, but it is just they were okayed into China, I guess. It is recorded Hail Mary, but I mean it is 6 hours. Okay, so I start, and again, I should have welcomed anybody new into the room. We have two rooms, the YouTube room and the main room. Welcome. Again, this is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m., in which I'm live on the mic and sharing my screen. Okay. And this is the format all the time. This is nothing, this is not set up specially for the test drive. And I like to call this now, this is the trading room plus support. Okay. Because certainly, I like to offer support all day long. Whoa, I didn't take it, but look at SVV now. Didn't take it. Didn't reshort it. I was toying with the idea of reshorting it at 1050, but I did not. Were you able to log in, Jason? I guess it's just a matter of logging in. Obviously, that's what it said. Wow, the SVV continues to make new lows. Be interesting even to watch this one next week to see, what it does. Could it be a second day? Look, I mean, look at this. I guess this was an IPO back here. Looks like this was an IPO back here, yeah, back in June of this year. And I mean, for 3 months, it kind of hung tough. But since here, I mean, $25 down to 10. Okay, guys, I'm going to put the YouTube link in. And I should always explain every single day that there are two trading rooms. Okay. So this is the YouTube link. So Andy should be there in about 10 minutes. Okay. So there are two trading rooms. Okay. This is what I call the main trading room. There are more traders in here, more action amongst traders talking about trading. Okay. Not they hear me. Well, of course, you can see my screen. They can hear me. YouTube is virtually the same, just not as much interaction among traders. The other drawback is that in YouTube you cannot post a link. So if you wanted me to take a look at a scan, you can't do it. You have to come in because YouTube does well. I don't know if it's. I don't think it's our limitation. Maybe it is. Maybe we've prevented that. But at any rate, in order to take a look at a scan that you might have that you're wondering why is it not doing something, you have to be in the main room. The other thing is the main room is actually open. William keeps the room open till about 4 o'clock. I usually take off at around 3. YouTube, though, I have to shut down at 3. So I always put the trading room link in the YouTube room before I shut it down. So you can head over and listen and still talk trading. There's nobody, I'm not on the mic anymore. You won't see my screen, but you can still converse amongst yourselves. 3:30 today. So William will keep the room open till 3:30 today, Friday. Um, okay, William O'Neill's Can Slim. I think Michael Noss. Let me ask Michael if he's got. I know he used to talk about that. Let me see if there's anything in the Market Explorer. Let me ask a question, okay? And as far as the magic formula is concerned, I don't know that one. I've heard of Can Slim, and I know Michael has talked about Can Slim. So I've just asked him the question. Let me just see if maybe there is something up here. You probably can't call it Can Slim. So okay, so I've asked him the question. He just hasn't. He must be busy doing something. He's one of the traders at Trade Ideas. Okay, so he has created a lot of what we call Market Explorer. He's created a lot of these strategies. So if I select, relative strength in, so he's created a lot of these. These cannot be customized, but you can click on them and you can see what's happening. But you cannot customize them like a strategy like this. Of course, you can customize it. Customizing meaning maybe a price range, minimum volume, things like that. But he has created a lot of these, and maybe one of them mimics CanSlim. Okay, but I don't know. I have to wait for him to answer. And Andy's going to be in our YouTube room in a bit. He might know. Don't know if he's going to know, but you can ask him also. Boy, look at this Esta, guys. Esta, what a. I had this thumbnailed, but I just kind of lost sight of it. But this is just completely and utterly giving it up. This is where it started. The day that it had made the announcement about their product being available in China at 1686. And at one point, it got up to 31, almost doubled. But since then, any ideas about when? So of course, yeah. I mean, this is an earnings play, and it got hit hard on earnings. It's had a nice rally though, 81 up to what, 80, 86. Is it done for the day? Hard to know. I mean, if this holds, this 84 level holds, right on the 15-minute chart, it might bounce off that, maybe. It's hard to know. The high in the pre-market was up here at 87. Okay. So there was no specific canceling scan. I know he was trying to create something that would kind of mimic it. Maybe you're right. Maybe that's the strength alerts. Again, Andy will be in about 4 minutes, so he might have some knowledge about that I don't have. Speaking of which, I better put my announcement in. So I'm on a break, back around 1 p.m. ET. Okay. Hang around until Andy shows up. I'll be here. Beat it. Well, it's only I have to do the handoff though, so I may as well stick around. But thank you. By the way, great call, Real, on the U. I mean, you talked about this one in the pre-market as a bounce play from 22, because I know you and Kiri was looking to short this if it got to a certain level, and you kind of felt that if it could hold as 22, I think that's what you meant anyway. I'm sure you didn't think it was going to do this, but well, that was amazing. And I just heard a little ping, so that means Andy's there. So guys, I'm going to shut down. I'm going to mute myself in the main room. Okay, so I'll be back at about 1 o'clock. And now I can talk to Andy. How are you?
Hey Barry, how are you, buddy?
I'm good. I am really good.
Oh, must have had a really good one today, huh?
Well, this is more personal than anything, but if you
Oh,
take a look at
okay.
STN, if you type in STN as on your chart,
Yes.
okay, so this is my wife's company. This is who my wife
Mm,
works for. And
nice.
we've had, she's worked there for years and years and built up the stock options and all that.
Nice. Very
Yeah,
nice.
exactly.
Oh,
Exactly.
sweet.
So had earnings today in Canada dollars, was up six, almost $7 Canadian. And
Oh, man,
so
nice.
yeah,
Impressive.
so pretty happy because this is this people ask, do you swing trade? No, but my wife, we've had this one for years. And
Oh, I'm
yeah.
sure.
And if you look at it, I mean, it's a construction, well, it's an architectural
Hmm.
company. And but a lot of engineering. It's an engineering slash construction or architectural company,
Yeah,
but a lot of mega projects. And so, really hasn't been affected by the downturn or anything.
sweet. Well,
Yeah,
you
no kidding.
he pays a little dividend too, I see.
Pays a little dividend
Yeah,
also, and my wife gets a few other little perks. She's actually fairly high up in the company, so
nice.
yeah, no kidding. So anyway, pretty happy, pretty happy.
No, I bet you are, Barry. Yeah,
Yeah,
you deserve it.
I do deserve it. I do deserve it. Damn it, excuse me, but I do deserve it. Okay, Andy, I'll
All
let you
right,
go,
buddy.
or I'll
What?
let me go, and I'll be back in about an hour.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Test Drive Friday edition of the support webinar. I am going to go over a topic today after I look at this PCAR alert that just went off. And yeah, I can see why I set that. All right. So once again, this is the support webinar. If you guys have any questions regarding the software, any configurations that you're working on, anything at all, just let me know. I am going to go over a topic today. We're going to go over back testing. So this will be a fun little exercise that we can do together and kind of give you those in here that may not have experienced around. If you have premium, you got unlimited back testing. It's a great little tool, especially for swing trading. Uh, it can get difficult as the market kind of goes to highs here. Interesting. Uh, Me, I haven't, man. I got stopped out of a lot of stuff yesterday in that nasty move. Did buy a few things back today, but uh, we'll go over those in a minute. There's not much to talk about. Uh, Although I do like this Lee. You guys know that. I mean, I thought they had incredible earnings the other day, and I do like it. I was trying to get it at the 50, and I could not get it to pull back, so I jumped in a little Lee uh, around the 36.93 level for a swing trade. Uh, all right. Somebody give me a thumbs up that you can hear me okay, and then we'll jump in and do some back testing. Yeah, Hail Mary hedge. I'm not Can Slim. That's the IBD uh, thing that they do. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with it, so I can't really talk about it because I mean I had a uh, account with them a long time ago, but and I do kind of vaguely remember, but yeah, I can't. I'm not probably not the right person to give you advice on, and I'm not even sure what this magic is, but I'm sure you can find some pretty good stuff online though. All right, so we're going to go over back testing today. That's the topic for today. We're having a topic every day in this support webinar during the test drive, just highlighting some of the features we have here at Trade Ideas. And I get back testing today. Now, I will say this: in this current market environment, I don't have to dive in too much and start experimenting around to say that it's going to be tough. And let's just pull up the spies and you can see what I'm talking about. Uh, it's back testing works best, especially if you're doing it for like 60 days back test. You know, if you have a trend, and as you can see here, since going back the last 5 months, there hasn't been much of a trend, and if there has been one, it's been kind of down. You can see here, except for the last couple of weeks, I think probably some bearish strategies would work pretty good. So, but we're going to test one that I have that I can flip, and we can kind of see which ones are working best right now. So I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, I pulled it up here. So this is the one I developed a long time ago, probably 4 or 5 years ago. And what this is looking for is called pullback above 50 SMA long. You may be asking, what does that mean? So let's pull up and look at the configuration. And stock needs to be hitting a new high on the day, right? This is an intraday high. And we're going to look at the filters here and see what we're looking for. Position in 20-day range needs to be at least in other words, not all the way down at the bottom of its 20-day range. It needs to be off the bottom by at least 30% of that range. Position in year range needs to be a minimum of 68. So, in other words, we are looking for stocks that are pretty much strong over the last 52 weeks. Position in 5-day range. I want the stock who have pulled back in the 5-day range to at least the bottom half of that range. And here's a key right here, and it needs to be above the 50-day moving average. Okay, the 50-day SMA. Okay, typically if stocks. Thank you, Peter. I appreciate it. Uh, if a stock is above its 50-day moving average, we know there's been a nice little trend upward, at least over the last 50 days. You know, more than likely, it could be kind of going sideways, but in most cases, it's going to be an uptrend over the last 3 months. Position in previous days range, we want it to be a minimum of 98%, which basically is saying it has to be at least 2% of that range, you know, from yesterday's high. So I could put that at 100, but sometimes I like to get a little head start. So by the time the alert triggers, it's probably going to be right at yesterday's high. And then average daily volume, 3 month. I'm just looking for stocks that do at least 300,000. You could, you know, that's subjective. You could throw 500,000 in there if you wanted to. And let's see. As a matter of fact, I'm going to throw 500,000 in there because 300,000 is just a little bit. All right. So there is our configuration. So we'll look at a stock here so you can see what we're talking about, ENLC. And I will go ahead and pull out my daily. So zoom in a little bit here. And you can see a stock, right, has pulled back in its 5-day time frame. That's what I'm looking for. And when it takes out this prior day's high, that is the trigger. Now, what you'd like to see if you want a bullish trend to continue is it just keep moving higher after that bar reversal. Okay. Now, I can tell you this, in a bull market, I back tested this thing. Uh, and it performs very, very well. And when I talk about a bull market, I'm talking about something like this, from here to here, this thing would back test extremely well because you have a nice bullish trend for about 5 or 6 months. Now, when you get in this flop, I'm not expecting this to perform very well at all, but we're going to back test it anyway. Okay, and to do the back test, all you need to do is right click on back test, and then you're going to have to go through a little configuration here. And we have some videos on here, so if you don't catch it all today, just go, you can come and ask any one of us, send an email, for some videos on backtest, and we'll share them with you. So what we're going to do here is, first of all, what I like to do when anytime I'm doing a back test, and pardon me while I get a drink of water here. Hopefully you don't hear my dog yapping. Is I like to open it up all the way from the very, very start of the day, the bell rings, and then all the way to the close. And so I don't try to guess when the alerts are going to come through and be the best, because our back tester will let us know when we go to our uh, uh, after we run the back test, and we'll get a readout, and then we can look and at the time of day and see which ones performed and which ones didn't. So just go ahead and open it up when you're first running it. Next thing you're going to do is a timed exit. This is a swing trade, and I am going to run it at the market open tomorrow plus 3 days. So basically, it's going to be like a three day hold. Now you could do a day trade. I will tell you this: I spent countless hours back testing, over my time of using trade ideas. Intraday back testing is very, very difficult. It is, just because there's so many algos just throwing stuff around. It's really tough to get. Now that doesn't mean you can't do it, and we have, done some decent ones, but you got to constantly stay on top of them. Uh, so we're going to use a swing trade time frame of 3-day hold. Risk management, this is obviously important. I see so many people come to me and say, "Whoa, Andy, look at this back test." And then I go to their risk management and they don't have a stop in there. And that is very, very dangerous. Obviously, you always have to have a stop when you enter a trade. So in this case, since it is a swing trade, I'm just going to use a simple 3%. Okay. There's other things you can use, but for me, I like to keep it simple. Don't try to get too fancy with your stops. So at 3%, on the upside, hopefully you're looking to make 6%, 5 or 6% to the upside. It's just a 3-day hold, so it's just kind of like a swing scalp, if you want to call it that. And advanced, this is where you can, if you have advanced conditions, I don't try to use any of these. Personally, I've done it, and trailing stops, it just seems better. I always get the best results when I don't use a trailing stop and let the time run. And we're going to run it for 65 days. I like to open it up all the way so you can kind of, a lot of people will just say, "Well, the market only been doing good over the last 2 weeks. I just want to run it for 2 weeks." Don't do that, because you're going to get, obviously the market is going to change on you. Let's say the market runs out of juice here and starts to roll over. You're going to could possibly get action like you saw right here. So I like to just run it for, a full 65 days. And this is going to be your summary, just going to kind of break down everything you've done. And then we're going to click on simulate buy. And it's going to go through the last 60 days and find every one of these alerts that came through there and back test them on the metrics we just gave it. And I'm expecting quite a few results, obviously, since we're doing it for 60 days and not as many as I thought. So we got 1,400, okay, 1,406 total trades. Winning percentage is only about 40%. Now, I will tell you this, a lot of people get caught up in winning percentages, and it's not the most important aspect of the back test. To me, it's the average winner and average loser. Because I've done back tests that performed very well that may only be a 40% winner, but the average winner may be 2.5 to 3 times greater than the average loser. That's what you want to see. You can get impressive results up to 65%, but if your average winner and average loser are really, really close together, in other words, there's only a 3 or 4 cent spread, it's really not that good of a it's not a good scan. I'm telling you. So you want to shoot for that average winner. I like to shoot for at least a double. In other words, I like to see my average winner about twice as much as my average loser. That way I know if I only have a 40, 45% uh, winning rate, I could still have a very profitable scan. Uh, you can put in your starting equity of 50,000, but I can tell you this: I would probably put in about 200,000 because if you're doing lots of trades, you're going to go over that equity value. Of course, swing trades you're still going to get 2 to 1. So if you had a starting equity of 50,000, you could still trade up to 100,000 on a swing trading time frame. All right. Now that being said, this is just kind of gives you the basic uh, breakdown summary, if you will, of the back test. You can see the equity curve here. You can see this is kind of all over the place. All right. What you would like to get is kind of a nice little trend from the lower left to the upper right, much like a bullish chart you would see for a stock. All right. You can go into calendar, and this will break down every trade in the calendar. You can go back to 60 days and see every trade that comes through. If you want to dig in more, you're like, wow, this was a great day here. Let's go look in here and see what happened. It'll break down every trade for you. You can see the entry, the exit, how many shares it bought, uh, gross profit or loss. In this case, there was a lot of profits on this day. It's probably what that was a day prior to this, where we had a nice little turnaround in the market and probably went up for about 3 or 4 days. So we had a nice little return. And you can see down here, this one wasn't so great. Only 1 out of 26 winners in this one right here. So that's the kind of stuff you're going to get in this kind of market. Okay, you're going to get a lot of days where you're going to have some really good ones and a lot where you're going to have some bad ones. So you always have to be careful. If you're running a strategy like this and taking these trades, that uh, ask yourself, is it a trending market? Okay, this a market uh, conducive to profits in this current environment? All right, now we're going to dive into optimization. This is the fun part. Okay, so we're going to jump in here and go to optimization. And the first thing I like to do is time of day. We got price and we got time of day. I like to look at time of day, try to get a look, break it down in 30-minute time frames, kind of get a look at where it is. And it's like, wow, look, this was really, really ugly, but look from 12 to 1 o'clock. Okay, we had, for some reason, this is 1 hour time frame is really good at producing some winning results. I'm not sure if that's just uh, I'm not sure. Yeah, and it's kind of strange to see it like that on this particular scan. But for some reason, yeah, that 12 to 1 o'clock Central Time is producing some nice profits. Uh, you know what? I'm not going to get too much into optimizing this because of the results being so bad. We'll try a few things. I think this is just an anomaly. I mean, I could break it down and run. Let me just show you. I could come back in here and I can go to the back tester again and run it again for that time frame. 12, and then we're going to close it out at 1 o'clock. And you're probably going to see a lot better results. But for me, it's not going to be enough trades. Once again, it's just kind of an anomaly, I think, that this thing is producing. And it was probably one good day in there, but you can see, uh, yeah, that's ugly. And then all of a sudden you had a nice, you can look at the calendar and see it's probably all in one day. And there you have it there. Uh, yeah, you had a couple of good days in there. For some reason, that time frame, that's strange because haven't seen that. All right, but we're going to stick with this one right here. Then I would what I like to do in optimization is after I do time of day, I could like to go to price and maybe do $5 increments and see if there's any advantage to the price range. I'm not seeing a whole lot here. You do have a couple of profit factors above one, under the $15 range, but that's not enough to seeing stuff scattered around. It's not enough to really jump out at me and change that. So I could go in here and do other filters. So let's say, and this is what's beautiful about trade ideas. I mean, you can go in here and you can optimize it on every filter that we have. Now you can see you can really go down a rabbit hole with this. Okay. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's something called curve fitting out there where you just keep doing this optimizing where uh, you get to the end, you're like, wow, this is great results. But then you look at it and you have 24 filters in there. Okay, so what you're doing is a concept called curve fitting. You're actually making the results happen just by going in and tweaking it. And I can promise you, over time, that's not going to hold up. The best back test, I have seen are the ones with the minimum amount of filters, maybe 5 or 6 filters in it, and not get carried away and just keep, creating the results yourself just by trying to find filters, that fit your profit parameters. But you can, let's say you wanted to filter this. Let's filter this with change in SPY. Okay, you could come in here and find S&P change on the day. Okay, click on it, and then you can come in here and you can actually change this and do what you want to with it in increments, and you can see if there's an advantage for a certain amount of time. And I'm really not seeing here. Anytime you're optimizing and you see a scattering of red and green throughout it, and there's not, what you want to do is find a grouping. Like, let's say spies up 6.6 I'm sorry, 0.6% or 60%. You Let's say you had a grouping here of all green, like 5. That would be beautiful. Okay, then you're saying, okay, I see what's happening here. With If the SPY is up 0.6% or greater, I am going to, or let's say to 1.20, this is going to be a very good strategy. But when I see it scattered in with lots of red in between, there's just nothing, that shows me an advantage of optimizing with SPY on the day. And you can do this with all sorts of filters. And I don't want to take up too much time going through each filter, but I want to show you something that's interesting. So this is a bullish strategy, right? And what you can do if you're saying, "Wow, I cannot get this," to unless I just do for 1 hour of the day. And once again, I think that's just an anomaly. You play around with this and you cannot get any results. You cannot get anything to show you, what I like to shoot for is a profit factor, maybe of 2 or higher, okay? Or maybe 1.5 or higher, but I'm not getting any results. And you're saying, wow, this is a bullish strategy. Let me try something here. And you go in here and you click on, uh, where am I? There it is. You click on your scan, and you're saying, well, what would happen if I flip this? So remember the strategy we were looking at, how you're looking for 5 days of pullback and then a bar reversal? Well, let's look at some results of stocks that have bounced and they're below the 50 and then they roll over. So all you have to do is take your current scan and go to configuration, and just click on flip. Okay. And everything's going to flip for you. Did I duplicate? I may duplicate so I don't mess up this one. Duplicate. All right, so we're going to come in here and we're going to duplicate it, and now we're going to configure this duplicate one, and we're going to flip it. Okay, everything just got reversed, and now we're looking at stocks. If we look at this ARQQ, that has had a bounce, it's below its 50, and it's taking out the prior day low. Great little feature, if you're building scans for uh, bullish market, and then all of a sudden that bull market turns into a bear market, take that scan and flip it, okay? Because it can provide some opportunity to a shorting. Uh, take a look at some more here real quick. Let's go history and go to today, and let's see if we got any more today. Let me get this. There you have it. Stock is bouncing up and taking out the prior day low, trying to, and that's a nice little bearish setup. Yep, another one there. Maybe tough with the market bouncing up like it is, but what I want to do is to back test this. So this is a bearish one, and we're going to back test it, and we're going to open it up all the way on the time, like I mentioned earlier. We're going to do a timed exit, same. We're going to do the same timed exit, 3 days basically. Same enable stop, 3% against us. We want to get out, advance. We're going to open it up all the way last 65 days. And now we're not hitting simulate and buy. We got to hit simulate sell because this is a shorting strategy. Look at there. That one is much better than the one we just looked at. You have a profit factor of 1.45, a lot more setups. You have a 45% winning percentage, and look at the average winner versus average loser. Okay. So in this market, the majority of the stocks, these bearish setups are working better than the bullish ones. And uh, that's even with the last 2 weeks that we've had, where we've had a nice run in the market. So if you took out the last 2 weeks, I imagine this would be very, very powerful. So if nothing else, what this does is it kind of gives you an idea of the underlying stocks in the market. They're not all going up like AMD and Nvidia and Microsoft and Amazon. Okay, there's a lot of stocks out there that are going down right now, and uh, this tells you right here, this bearish strategy, all I did was flip that bullish strategy, and it's performing a lot better. And let's take a look. Since this one is doing pretty well, let's optimize this. Let's start with time of day, and let's go to 30 minutes. Wow, you got a lot of good ones at the beginning and a lot of good ones at the close. Now, what you can't do, okay, you cannot chop out the middle. Okay, you got to look for a connection here. Okay, so you can't say, oh, I just want to do the first 2 hours and then I want to use the last hour and a half. You can't do that. So for me, I don't want to start down here because you have some nice trades in this very, very first opening 30 minutes of the day. Uh, that's not bad. It's the highest. Well, you got the highest ones are down here, but still, that's a nice little 1.57. I don't want to eliminate that many trades. So let's go to price and let's put in $5. And nothing's jumping out at me. It all looks pretty good. Right? I'm not seeing a grouping. I guess one could argue that from $15 to, let's try this. Let's see. We're going to try it. Yeah, because I want to show you how this works. Let's say you find a little grouping like this and you're saying, I want to only back test stocks from $15 to $40. So all you have to do is right click in here and set strategy min value to 15. It goes into your configuration and puts it in there for you. And all you have to do is click OK. And then we can go in here and do $40. And we're going to set the max value at $40 or $39.99. So again, it goes in there, does it for you. And OK. So what I like to do is keep this one open because what I want to do is compare. So we're going to keep that open. We're going to run the back test again and see if we have better results. I think it's going to be close, but let's take a look. Back test, and everything's the same. Simulate sell. And it is. You can see right now the profit factor jumped from 179. We still have 769 trades, but we could play around with this a little more. Honestly, I like to keep it at over 100. Okay. I've seen people, just keep back testing over and over till they get it down to like 7 or 8 trades. And it's like, man, you're just creating, some anomalies there. This is impressive though. And we're getting close to that 2 profit factor. The winner came down a little bit and the loser moved up a little bit. I don't like seeing that, but the winning rate went all the way to 55%. I would like to see this higher, but still, that's a nice strategy. That is a nice curve there. Okay, you had a little dip at the open, but it's been performing pretty well. Let's see. Optimizing. Let's go in here and look and see if there's anything else. Other filters. Let's do look at change in 10 days percentage. I could find some in there, but they all look pretty good except this like one thing. I don't want to chop out that and lose all those trades. So that's nothing jumps out at me. Let's go back to SPY change for the day. Yeah, nothing really there. But you could play around with this. I'll get with you in just a minute, Brian. I'm almost about to wrap up. And it's been a while for me, but you can come in here and if things change from VWAP. Uh, Trying to see if anything jumped out at me that I really like to use. But yeah, you can see where you can really, really go down a rabbit hole. Let's go position in your range real quick. Well, let's see. Look at this, and this is look at this position in your range. So if it's 30 to 32%. Oh, I have a. That's right. I could chop out that right there, 34. So let's do this. We're gonna do this right here. We're gonna set minimum strategy to 3. We're gonna set max to 30. While you wait, there it is. Position in your range. Okay, okay. And this will be the last thing we do. We're going to back test one more time. Not sure why it's getting slow. There we go. And yeah, go back to summary. Now we're improving. We keep improving. We've gone from 1.45 to 1.79 to 1.86. Uh, Average winner and average loser is about the same. Not too much of a change there, but still a little bit better on the profit factor. Looks like the uh, total trades winners went up higher, but you guys can see what I'm doing. I mean, it's a very very cool feature. And once again, if you have premium, you do get unlimited features, especially for those guys out there who are swing traders. This can really help you find some nice setups by just coming in and doing some simple back tests. Uh, and then it's not like you have to trade all of these, but if you have this scan up, okay, if you've done a back test and you see a profit factor around 2, when that stock comes through your scan, there's a very good chance, that it's going to be a profitable trade. So put that to use, guys. If you haven't, play around with it. I'm telling you, you can. I used to spend 4 or 5 hours on a Saturday, man, just going through tons of back tests. But hope you guys learned a little bit. That's it for today. I know I talked long on this subject, but it is kind of a neat and I don't want to call it a complex feature, but once you get the hang of it, man, it's very intuitive. But let's get everything back and I'm going to save this one. Let me give it another name. Uh, Pull back or bounce to 50. Docs. Bounce to 50 short. All right. Brian, let's see. In my account, I can only trade NAS 100 stocks. Can you please show me how to scan those only? Okay, you're going to have to create a symbol list. And what you do, Brian, is you come to Tools and you go to Symbol List and you create a list. Okay. Attaboy, Lee. Um, Yes, yes. Yeah, you'll need I got two 27 inches. That's all I need. Some people have 4, 5, 6 screens. But yes, one monitor is tough with trade ideas. So what you want to do is create new list. Okay. And you'll call it NAS, 100 and click OK. And then what I like to do once you got it created, it's going to be I forgot to put it in alphabetical order now. Okay, it's going to be empty. So you're going to have to click on it and edit list. And we have some videos on this, Brian, if you're not catching it all today. Uh, and then what I would do is just come to uh, Google and do list of NAS 100, NASDAQ 100 stocks. And just see if you can find a list out there. Let's see that you can copy and paste from. And that's going to do it all. So you'll have to, just copy and paste this. Now you're gonna have to do some erasing and stuff like that, but at least you'll have all the stocks. But if you copy and paste this to a doc, and what you could do is just remove all the other content where you just have symbols, and then you can copy and paste those symbols and just drop them into the yes. When you open, it's going to be empty, right? Because you haven't put anything in there yet. All you've done was created a symbol list that's called NASDAQ 100. Okay. So what you're going to have to do is find a list, and you can copy and paste that list. And let's see if I can do it here. Messing me up with that stupid pop-up. And you probably can find a stock where you can download the list. I'm not going to spend time looking on it, but let's see if I can do it here. Okay, I'm just curious if I could do it here. Copy. Yeah, so you're gonna have to come in through here and somehow, just to come and just delete to where you have, you know what I'm getting at. So once you've done that, then you can just copy and come in here and then paste. Just right click and paste it in there. Okay. Then make sure you just hit OK, and that's going to save it. And then when you create a scan, okay, you want to come here and let's say this sector watch list. Then what you want to do is come to symbol list, right? And you're gonna once you've created your list, it's going to be over here and add existing list. So just click on that button, and then you can find that list, your NASDAQ 100. Ooh, do I have one here? I may have one for you. Hold on. Oh no, that's just that's just the one I just created. Dummy. Uh, Cancel. But when you click on it, it's going to move it over here to the left, and then all you have to do is find it and highlight it. Okay. And then what's going to happen is that scan is only going to follow your list. So I hope you got that, Brian. And if you're not, hit us up. We can help you out. All right. Spy, boy, stubborn. Okay, thank you, Brian. You're welcome. So Faz, this little hedge I put on, I scalped I scalped some of it out because I know how this market is. Well, Peter, anytime you have a trend line, what it's telling you is, let's see if I can find a good one. Yeah, a lot of these things are just going to be uh, going straight up. Um, Let me show you one I've been jumping in and out of a lot. See if that. Okay, so here we go. I mean, this is kind of I could probably find a better example, but I just trying to find something that hasn't shot up with the market over the last. So let's find a trend here and find 2 points. Okay, and we got this one and that one. Okay, so I could probably, like I said, find a better one. But anytime you have a trend line, Peter, what it's going to do is going to tell you that stock is either in a trend, in an upward trend or a downward trend. Okay. So what it's basically telling you is, as long as the stock is maintaining a close above this trend line that is going to be it is keeping that trend. So it's pretty self-explanatory. Okay, so uh, wish I could find a better example. Jabil's probably a good one. No, it's hard to find on this in this crazy market because most of them has just shot up over the last 2 weeks. Let me Okay, here's a decent one. Okay, so let's say you got a trend starting right here. Okay, and there's our trend line. There's our perfect. Okay, so even though this stock is not, zooming higher, you can see here's your trend. There's our second point right there. I'll span this out so you can see it better. Okay, so you got a point there and a point there. So there's the start of your trend line. And you can see it keeps coming down, but it's not getting anywhere near the trend right here. And then right here, it comes down, tags it, and bounces right at that trend line. Okay, so trend lines can help. What it means is your stock is trending. If you're in long this stock, it's trending in your favor. Okay, so what a lot of people will do would just say, listen, I'm staying in this stock. I'm not getting out until I get a close below this trend line. So that's what it's telling you, Peter. It's telling you the stock's in a trend. So maybe you should hold on to some. I mean, I can imagine on this day, if you're long this stock, that was an ugly day and it'd be tempted to just jump out. You don't like the action, but look what happened. It held its trend perfectly. So trend lines, especially in swing trading, I don't use them in intraday, but if they're swing trading, they can definitely help keep you in a trade. So I hope that makes sense for you, Peter. Huh. All right. Let's see. What is your best scalping scans? Probably this Extreme Volume High Low Pro is one of my favorite, and then of course Extreme Master Blaster. Uh, and I look for stocks that are. See if I can find a good one. Well, a lot of times these days you get. I mean, that comes out of the blocks, and you get just a incredible move right off the get go. Let's see if I can find something from early this morning. Uh, that's why you. It's hard to chase that first green bar. Get you in trouble, boy. But I'm trying to think one was recently came out, that was strong. DKNG. Let's see, what was it? This was a great example of kind of things I look for when I used to swing. I mean, momentum trade is look at this breakout in J bill. I think this was earnings, but look at that. I mean, it was just opened up, shot right through, this breakout range right here, just beautiful, and it just continued. And Barry will tell you this a lot of times too. Look left, and if you don't see any resistance ahead, you can see this thing kept going for, I think this was all time highs, and it just kept going for days. So that's the kind of stuff I'm looking for. Okay, I'm looking for a daily chart and it breaking out of a range, and go and just continue its momentum. You can see here, this looked great this morning. It was doing huge volume, everything was there, but look what happened. It ran right into this red line up here and just backed off. Okay, Now, think about this chart compared to the one I just showed you. Look at all this resistance it ran into and it just backed off. You have a lot of congestion over here, here, and of course that line right there. Now, if it does get through that, you could be looking, another dollar move in this thing. But so even though you're intraday trading, you always want to know what's happening on the daily chart, okay? Because that's going to show you where your levels of resistance are, your trend lines are, So I'm always focusing on that. So that's what I'm looking for. Same thing. This one gapped up this morning, act like it wanted to go, but look over here. Okay, you got a lot of congestion. So look for those trades that are breaking out, and OPTX halted. So I kind of hope that helps you, Kevin. Uh, but that's a good scan. And Extreme Master Blaster, if you like, trading a lot of low float, is one that will break down the trades for you. It's a multi-strategy window, and it looks for extreme volume, low float, looks for all-time highs, CWCO. So look at here, just getting back to that same chart I just showed you. Look what happened here on this CWCO this morning. Broke out to all-time highs, bam, and you had another almost $4 move in this thing before it finally got tired. I will. I will. Uh DAC-T. Here's another one that's breaking out of a range, trying to. Now it does have to deal with this over here, so but that's the kind of stuff you look for. All right, let me share this with you. It's a great little scan. Extreme Master Blaster. Yep, Master Blaster does run Bartertown. For those of you who have seen Thunderdome, you know what I'm talking about. No, I don't. I don't. I'm pretty basic. When it comes to even when I was back in my day trading days, I would I'd keep it pretty basic. I look for support, resistance, volume is huge. Anytime I see uh, this relative volume, 7%, that's huge. That's 7 times normal. So it's not only was it breaking out of a range, it was doing it on good volume. And now probably this morning, that relative volume, you can see that's where all the volume was probably closer to 15 or 16. It's petered out and it's come down. But now I don't get too fancy when it comes to filters and indicators and things like that. One more. See, Peter, you say one more, please. I made a mistake yesterday. Sold too early. What chart? Tell me not to do that. Well, that's just more than likely human emotions. If you give me the stock, Peter, maybe I can take a look at it. I if I don't know, what you were trading, but yeah, not cutting losses and selling stocks too early is more of a human emotion thing. Fear and greed. All right, got about 7 minutes left. So if any of you guys have any questions, maybe on back testing that we went over, be happy to tackle that. Uh, Otherwise, we'll just sit here, and if you have any stocks you want me to look at, and Peter, I'm going to be leaving here, so if you could drop that stock in there, maybe I can help you on why you should have held it. Hey, Summer, PD, long thanks. Uh, Yeah, well, here's the problem. You can see that 50 period moving average. Just watching what I would like to do, and not only that, that 22 is a pivot level. Okay, you can see right over here, you got a lot of congestion. Uh, Looks like to me that's kind of a level that it's had a hard time. Gets close to it and it backs off, sells off. Uh, could be just bouncing with the market right now. It is holding the 10 and 20 period, which is good. But honestly, I would want to see this thing, get above the 50 and then above that 22 level, because that's been and you look back over here, you can see it took out that all-time, low. Now, a lot of, not all time, I should say, but maybe, and then bouncing. Uh, I say but what I've noticed a lot of times when you see a stock that takes out all-time lows like this one, I call it kind of like the double dipsy doodle, where it will uh, come down and then bounce right here and then do one more flush of all the longs and then start and reverse its trend. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I do see that pattern a lot. Just kind of maximum pain, shake the trees and shake out all the longs, and then have a nice reversal. Um, but I would like to see it above, 22, and really would love to see it above that wick high right there, which is 22 around 15.
Yeah,
Barry, I
just a
hear you.
minute. Yeah,
Hey,
you
buddy.
hear me. I'm just scribbling this down. Double dipsy
Dipsy doodle.
doodle, the 3D trade. All right. Why not?
Yeah.
I love it.
Oh,
Listen, I was going to take over for you, but I see Peter has put in the two, Metsi and
okay.
Verk. So
Okay. Let's take a look
if
real
you want
quick.
to try
Yeah.
to help him, that'd be great.
Yeah. Okay. This was obviously yesterday, and let's make this big again. Boy, it's really messy. So in other words, you weren't breaking out of any sort of range. But I will say this: that was a beautiful breakout of this range right here. Uh, so we'll call that a year high. Look at that triple wick right there. boom, 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 and then shot up. So I don't know where you sold it. Looks like it was doing incredible volume yesterday. Uh, but that's tough because on the daily, I could see, little spot right here around 50, a couple of places where I would be tempted to take some profits. Uh, and let's take a look at the intraday. I'm assuming, and look at this 10 period moving average. Steve and I, Today Trader, used to always talk about this 10 period moving average on a 15-minute chart. Okay. So if you're trading, a lot of times, now there's nothing wrong to scalp some out just to take profits. Okay. And I don't need a reason for that. I don't need a technical reason if I'm up a lot to bang out 50% of my trade. But in this chart, I would love to hang on to something until it broke this 50 period moving average. And it really didn't even do that. I'm sorry, the 10 period moving average. It didn't even do it till on the close. So maybe try using your 10 period moving average when you're momentum trading to keep you in a trade. Okay. We'll take a look at Verx real quick. And this one, same way. You had an incredible move. Once again, it's okay to bang some profits out, but you could have held on to this thing until it violated. Now, look what happened once it broke that 10 period moving average. It had three ugly bars there. So try using that 10 period moving average, Peter, on a 15-minute chart. All right, Barry.
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I wasn't sure.
I am here. I'm in a nice little trade of GDOT on a short so far.
G Dog?
G, well, I hope it's a dog, but no, GDOT.
Okay.
Yeah. It's one of those ones
Oh, yeah.
it showed up in my 10-day daily breakdown and in the option scanner. And so I try to
Okay.
suggest to people that if you see the same stock in both of those two very different scans, keep an eye on it. And that's what I've done. And, it's working modestly for me, but I have to say, and it's an earnings play and it's an all-time low and all those great things that I love. So,
Oh, cool.
Andy,
Yeah.
you can just dipsy doodle on your
Okay,
way out
man.
of here.
I will. I may even do a double dipsy doodle.
Oh,
There
my
we go.
goodness. Okay.
All right,
Okay.
Barry.
Have a great weekend, my friend.
You too, and everybody, you do the same. Bye-bye.
Okay. Bye-bye. Take over the screen. Just give me a moment. Just got to take over the screen. Here we go. Get my music going. Let's see, Hail Mary Hedge. Are you still in the room? Are you still in the YouTube room? Okay, guys, I'm back. I was just saying I'm in this GDOT, guys. A little disappointed. I guess I could have taken some profit. I'm literally in at 748 on the short. It got down to 730 something. I was thinking of taking or 720. Oh, don't tell me it got down to 20. 730. I should have taken some out right there. But I was pointing out the idea, that when you see the same stock in the breakout and in the option scanner, pay attention. Looks like I probably should have taken some profit. So I don't know if Hail Mary Hedge is still in the room because I do have something that Michael just gave to me. He calls it a CanSlim tester. So now Denver. So your question about so you saw all the opening range breaks that you can use. So I don't have a scan for one exact. Whoops, I don't have a scan for one, but obviously fairly simple to build one. You have to pick the range breakout that you're looking for. We've got all these different ones, 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60. And then, I'd probably create a minimum volume. I probably create a relative volume. So you don't want to see stocks that are breaking and then, a little volume or it's not doing it abnormally. I might even create, maybe the stock's got to be up or down at least, I don't know, 3%. And, start from there and see what happens depending on the range breakout that you're looking for. I used to think it would be awesome. I tried, I created some years and years ago, never found it to be helpful. From, I just never found it to be helpful. What I'd rather have, and I don't know, must be a limitation in the program because I suggested that we could put the count filter on here. And so don't show me the first time it happens. Don't even show me the second. Maybe show me the third time it happens because the stock can break out and it can come right back down. Breaks out again. Maybe the third break, of the range. That might be the golden one. I don't know. I just can't because weren't able to apply the count filter to this particular alert. And I'm just waiting for Shady if he's still in the room. Yeah, you can try that. See what happens. Just a matter of, checking to see what sort of alerts you get. And 5 minutes, that's me, I don't like doing anything in the first 15, but that's completely up to you. See what happens. You probably won't get any alerts now. Most stocks have broken through a 5-minute range, their opening range, but yeah, check to see what happens on Monday. Look at this market. I mean, when all this was happening, this looked really bad. It really looked bad, and now these look puny. When you look at these bars now on the upside. Yeah, so Peter, do you know how to put a 15-minute, or sorry, the 10 SMA on a 15-minute chart? I mean, Steve uses that all the time. And that, I mean, I don't, but that doesn't mean, it's just not quite my style, but that keeps him in trades or he watches, like, look at the SPY right here. Okay. Peter, I don't know if you can see my screen, but if you can see my screen and you look at the SPY 15-minute chart, you see how that is the 10 SMA. And you see how it's kind of, so if you took this, let's pretend this was a stock, but if you taken the SPY and you kept, to me, you always have to take some profit, but you wouldn't get out of the trade entirely necessarily unless it broke through the 10 SMA. But if you took the trade down here, you'd still be in a profit position, right? Because that's rising, that is rising. So if it broke it, you took the trade down here, you're still in a profit position. Me personally, I'd be taking some profit. So that is a way in which you can keep in trades longer. How do you short small stocks if you don't use options? What do you mean by you mean a low price stock? Here's one I didn't take it, but I can see right now this TWOU would have worked out pretty nicely. I don't know. I don't really know how to answer your question. As long as I mean, look at this. I mean, we had the alert. TWOU at $1.55. It's now and it was really pretty steadily down. Before it even popped up a little bit. I mean, that went from $1.55 almost steadily down, except for that little bit of consolidation there, down to 90 cents. From $1.55 down to 90 cents on something that is, lots and lots of volume. Okay, so no problem getting in and out of the trade, good spread. So I don't know. I mean, I don't see any difference. I don't typically, I should have. Eva yesterday was an awesome example also. Eva, another earnings play, keep one. But if you're asking mechanically how you do it, I mean, look at this. I mean, look what it did. But if you're asking mechanically how you do it, I don't see really that much of a difference. How do you Well, I didn't take this one. I saw it this morning, but I was, I don't know, doing something else. I didn't actually take this one. But, it's coming in my scanner. So I mean, I'm alerted to it. And but I was doing, I don't know, I can't remember what I was doing. I wasn't really paying as much attention as I should have to it. Oh, are you talking about the mechanics of shorting a stock? Is that what you mean? Like, how do you short something hoping it goes down? I'm sorry, I didn't, is that what you meant? Oh, I see. Okay. I'm sorry. I thought, well, okay, let's take a look at TWOU as an example. Okay. So, in a very simplistic explanation, very, very simplistic explanation, when you buy a stock, you hope it goes up. Okay. That makes sense. You short a stock, you hope it goes down. So, now all brokers might have the mechanics, might be, now, the other thing is your broker has to have shorts available. So, I mean, I looked, so that's the other aspect about shorting is your broker has to have shorts available to lend to you. Okay. And that's different. Every broker is different. When I look at TWOU, and I know that Interactive Brokers has 2.1 million shares available to short. So my guess is that most brokers probably have shorts available. So that's the first thing. You have to make sure your broker has shorts available to lend to you to short. The next thing is that, I mean, here, using Brokerage Plus, you just click the sell button and then send. You just click the sell button. Your broker, though, might have short sell or something. I mean, I can't tell you what your broker is going to say. Interactive Brokers, I just click the sell button. Okay, so if I wanted to, let's pick something right here. Let's pick VRRM. Say I wanted to short it right here at 2035. Okay, and I can see, yeah, there are 9 million shares. I'm going to do it in the simulator. So I'll pick how many shares I want to short. Let's go 100. I click the sell button and send it. Okay. So now I'm short this at 2036. I am short that. So the mechanics of how you do it in your broker with your broker, I can't, unless you have Interactive Brokers, I can tell you just hit the sell button just like I did here. And now you hope it goes down. And if it goes down, then you basically buy it at the lower price. And that called covering your position. It's just a different, I mean, again, just think of it this way: when you buy something, you hope it, and you when you buy something, you hope it goes up, and you sell it at a higher price for a profit. When you short something, you hope it goes down, and the term is you cover it at a lower price for a profit. So I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you meant. I thought you meant like, why would you short a low price stock, but you were literally talking about the mechanics of shorting, and that's it. I mean, I know people get all, I'm not talking to you specifically, Ray, but oh my gosh, I've heard that shorting, you can lose all your money. Wow. I mean, look, If all of a sudden Vroom comes out with the most incredible news in the world and it goes to $1,000,000, yeah, I guess. Okay, but it's just not, I mean, realistically, so if I don't like this anymore, I can just flatten the trade because it's moving higher. But, just like going long a stock, I'd have a stop below the current price. If I'm going to short a stock, I would have a stop above the current price. So if it broke through that price, I want to be out of the trade. Does Brokerage Plus work to connect on our brokerage account right now? Yes. Well, you have to have IB, Interactive Brokers, or E-Trade, Benji. Okay. Not any brokerage account, but if you have Interactive Brokers or E-Trade, yes, you can during the test drive, you can use it to trade. It's tough though, Peter, to discipline. It's really tough. I mean, and yeah, I heard you talking about trend lines. The trend lines is sort of the same. I mean, if you were in a trade and then you want to, then you can draw a trend line. And if it keeps holding that trend line, you stay in the trade. If it broke down through the trend line, then, in theory, you'd get out of the trade. So, Benji, do you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account? The only thing I would do though, I would practice in the simulator first, to get the mechanics down, okay? Before, if you're going to connect to your live account, I would practice in the simulator first, just to, make sure you know how. Well, you need a margin account, yeah. But I mean, most brokers, there's no issue about having a margin account. And before, somebody says, yeah, but then, I don't want to pay more. Well, you don't. As long as you cover your position at both the long or short at the end of the day, everything's cool. But again, you just see the mechanics of it. It's really, who is your broker, Ray? Well, PDT rule applies not just, okay, so IB, so if you wanted a short, you just click the sell button. You just click that sell button and that's how you short. I had one broker, might have been Quest Trade in Canada, that you literally, it would say sell short. You click a sell short button, but every broker is different. But IB, certainly you just do what I did. You just click the sell button, pick how many shares you want to short, click the sell button, and then you're in the short. No, no, you can short. I mean, your margin, you, as long as you have a margin, you can short. In well, okay, listen, I don't want to speak out of turn. I'm not in the States. All I did though, when I set up my IB account, I mean, it's a margin account, and I don't even know if I had to say, "Are you willing to short stocks?" I don't even know if I had to say that. I don't think I did. But you can practice in our simulator and just do exactly what I did. Okay, G dot, come on. Now you're back down to a decent level again. Great. Yeah, we'll see you next week. Okay, guys, it is video time, 117. So I'm going to do a video. So I will just put the announcement in. Wait a minute. Increase that font size. And what time is it now? 13, 117, 118. So I say 128. Should be earlier, but just in case. T. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself. I'll be back very soon, though. All right, guys, I'm back. Mr. Market will not give up. That little red bar is being swept aside so far in the market. Another green bar forming. Yeah, I read about that, William. Now, is that another one, a cyber attack on Boeing, or is it the same one? I read about that this morning. Just a general article about cyber attacks. It makes me think that even me, Real, you're on a VPN, aren't you? If Real's still in the room. And does it, yeah. Which one are you using? Nord? Out of curiosity? I mean, there are so many of them out there. McAfee, really? Hmm. Boy, look at this Unity. I mean, I actually was going to point this out as it was moving down. How close did it get to the VWAP? 2486. And not, I mean, the VWAP's an area, so it got relatively close to the VWAP when it was moving down. But down to 2518, 2486 is the VWAP. So again, that's another way in which you can kind of trade, watch the thing, watch the stock. What does it do around the VWAP? Does the VWAP hold it and then move off it, or does it break down and then you short it? Within, not just a pure break, of course, but to see how it's trading. And that you can sometimes see when a stock breaks down through the VWAP and hangs under there for a while and then makes another move, you can hop on it for a short. Hmm. Do you remember when I was saying that maybe we should flip the script about SVV? I said if it broke over 11, well, it's had a nice little move. Again, if I can just concentrate 100% on trading, I'd probably be able to, well, I would focus a little bit better, and that's not to say don't ask questions. Okay. I'm just saying there's a lot going on for me, but that was not a bad break over 11, 40-cent move so far. All right, guys. Wow, 1:30. So the first week almost over for the test drive. Still time to sign up for it, okay? Obviously, you won't get full 10 days, but you get the balance of today plus all next week. Okay, so I just put the link. Oh, let me get rid of the announcement. I just put the link in for the test drive. This is what you'll see. Oops, that's the contest. Here you go. So it'll still cost $11.11, the balance of today plus 5 days next week trading. And And this is fixed. So again, I just want to make sure people completely understand. If you sign up for today, you're not getting 10 days. Okay. It is over on the 20th. And when it's over, it's over. Nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. Okay. When it's over, it's over. We do not put you into a subscription. You'll have access to our premium service, access to the AI. You can practice trading. And we only do this about three times a year now. Also, if you're a standard subscriber and you want to get upgraded to the premium service for those days, you can do so. Again, when the test drive is over, we'll move you back down to standard. Okay. Once you tell us, hey, no, leave me in premium. Okay. Now, for those of you have been taking the test drive, don't forget to save anything that you have done. Okay. So if you took some of my scans, save the individual scans. Simple enough to do. Right click, save or share to cloud. Click on the save or share to cloud and save it. Now it's in your cloud, okay? If you have a layout that you created or you've taken my layout, go up to the toolbar, file, save or share to cloud. More than likely, you'll want to click on entire layout and give it a name. Give it a name that makes sense. My first TI layout, whatever you want to call it, and then save it. The reason you should do this, bunch of reasons really, but you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. I'm working on a desktop, but I have a couple of laptops, I have a couple of tablets. I can have them on all those devices. I can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. But if I switch over, if I close this down, I go to my laptop, all I have to do is load the program and then it's all there. If I buy a new laptop, okay, all I have to do is load the program and then file, load from cloud. And it's all there, of course. That's how the cloud works, right? So there's that. The other thing, if you're part of this test drive, and eventually, if you do want to take out a subscription, all you have to do is just use the same email address you used for the test drive to sign up for your subscription, and everything that you saved in the cloud should be there for you. So let's just say, you didn't mind this at all, but maybe you want to wait till the new year, whatever the reason. I'll just use your same email address and everything you did during the test drive, as long as you saved it to the cloud, will be there for you. Okay. And of course, the other huge reason to save things to the cloud, if anything happened to your computer, bummer, but you go and buy a new one and load the program and then just have to load things from the cloud. You don't have to recreate everything from scratch. And it's another obvious reason to save things to the cloud. And again, you can sign up for that test drive all the way up to, well, probably I'm going to say 11:59 p.m. Eastern time tonight. Maybe earlier though. It may, if you're going to do it, I would be doing it now, but like don't wait. I'm not sure how long it's going to last when they actually cut it off. And of course, I'm going to go over this also, my home page. Brian in our YouTube room is asking a question. Do we wait on the last day of the test drive to join? Okay, you can do that. I'm not trying to, tell anybody to do it right now, but we do have the promo, the what we call the early adopter. So if you click on my homepage link, And that's why it's called early bird 30. So anybody who's in the test drive now, that is, you know what? I'm convinced I want to take out a subscription, be it a month or a year. You'll get a 30% discount off that first month or the entire year. This expires Monday, 11:59 p.m. Monday, this coming Monday at Eastern time. Okay, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time this Monday. After that, there will be another discount, but it'll only be for 25%. This is what we call an early bird adopter. You know, for those of you who, and it's not just open for people in the test drive. If you are, not in the test drive, but you're listening to me and you thought maybe you'd like to have a subscription, yeah, go for it. You get a 30% off. If if you take out a monthly subscription, and if within 30 days you say, man, I wouldn't mind having an annual, we'll honor the 30%. And the reason for taking out an annual, obviously, is to get your per month cost down. So if you've got some money hanging around doing nothing, so I mean, if you took out a monthly subscription right now using the 30%, you'd get 30% off 118 or 30% off 228. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you would pay going forward. So so again, you could take it for a month, and before it expires, before your month. So today, what is it, the 10th? So say on December 9th, you decide, you know what, I really like it. Then you can go to an annual and we'll honor the 30%. And this is this is how much you'd be paying. So instead of 118 a month on a monthly, on a standard, you would be paying, because an annual without any discount is $1,000. Take 30% off that. I can do some quick math. So 700 divided by 12 is $58. Okay. Don't look at that 84. That's as if you just took out an annual at full rate. But if you took out an annual using the 30% discount, you'd actually, your per month cost would be $58 versus 118. This reduces, I think, to about 118. 116. So this would reduce to $116 a month on an annual subscription. You'd have to come up with $1,400 upfront, yes. And then that gets your per month cost down to 116. So, I'm not trying to tell anybody what plan they should take, but those are your options. No, Monday, Brian. Monday. Well, you know what? Let me make sure. I don't want to steer anybody wrong. I'm pretty sure it said November 13th. Yeah, it said November 13th. So 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, 11:59 p.m. So basically all day Monday, but it's Eastern time. And I have to emphasize that because some people are on the West Coast thinking, oh, well, it's 10 o'clock Monday night. I guess I'll do it. Unfortunately, it's gone. So it's Eastern time. Let me make sure. Whew, look at all those emails coming in, support emails. Yeah. Expires midnight, but call it 11:59 p.m. Monday, 11:13. Okay, 11 November 13th. So it's definitely Monday night. Okay, that's when it expires. Would I short MPW? Let's take a look at MPW. I don't think I've seen it on any of my scanners today, but let's take a look. So there's the VWAP at 421. So to short it now means, so I wouldn't short it now. I mean, that's a flat answer. I wouldn't short it now, because the VWAP could, and look at the 10 SMA. See how it's hugging it again. This is Steve's favorite. So I wouldn't be shorting this now. I'd have to wait to see if it broke down through the VWAP in a significant way. So that's a quick answer. And just because and even if it did break the VWAP, I mean, you know me, I mean, it's for me, it's just too close to 4. It's an all-time low, yes, but, I mean, it's just, too many things might get in the way. Remember, the VWAP can always act as support, could act as support. That's why it's one of the more important technical indicators, along with, the 200-day moving average. Boy, I'm stubbornly holding on to this G dot, guys. Not saying it's going to work. I'm in at 748, so it hasn't really, but I'm very, every time, again, I say this all the time. If you see something in the option activity scan and in the 10-day daily breakout, pay attention. Doesn't happen that often. You see, the same stock in both of those because they're different scan. They are different scans. Remember figs at the beginning of the day, guys? This Ron Barron, I guess he got onto CNBC, talked about this. He's got I think a 15% stake in it. Somebody who's, I don't know him at all. I mean, I know the name. I can tell you, I don't know him at all. Never heard him talk. Look at this market. I keep saying that. He's like a broken record, but look at this market. You are right. Look at look at the technology ETF. You're right. This looked pretty ominous down here though, didn't it? These days right here, because that's that rising 200-day moving average. It looked like, oh my gosh, technology is going to break down through the 200-day. But look at this. What a run it has been on. You don't like, well, then don't ask. So Marty asked me in our YouTube room, would I short MPW? So I basically said, no, I wouldn't, not at this level. And he says, I don't like hearing that when I'm short. So I guess the thing is, don't ask. But in all seriousness, I mean, look, it may. I hope it works for you. I hope crashes right through that 200-day or that VWAP and moves down a big way for you, of course. And I bet you XLC must be close too. Actually, I'm wrong. That's true because XLC was getting hammered and hammered and hammered for the longest time, all these months. So this is not even close to a lifetime high. But the SPY, many communicate well, tech stocks, communication stocks, heavily tech, of course. So that's why, even though most of the major sectors are still below the 200-day, let's take a look at my guess with the market doing what it's doing. Oh, yeah, it has to be. XRT has to be above. No, I'm sorry, not retail. I mean XLF financials has to be above. Barely though, just barely, barely above the 200-day moving average. Oh, I see. You were talking about a specific stock. Yeah. Well, hey, listen, I'm short GDOT. I don't care. Market can do what it's doing. GDOT's an earnings play, all-time low. I mean, if it gets back up to 750, I'll get out, but didn't have to. The interesting thing is that I didn't have to worry about or at least the 10% rule did not, the minus 10% rule did not even come into play. I was able to short that even though the stock was down 10%. The uptick rule, that's what it was. The uptick rule didn't even come into play. I was able to short immediately, didn't have to wait. And yet, well, okay, because I guess we can't look at AI. That's just a puny little stock, really. But, probably more like Nvidia in terms of AI. Yeah, I mean, there it is. I mean, almost an all-time high right up here, 500. Now, you know what, guys? I remember, don't you remember when this happened and it was at 400? And there were several analysts that were putting $500 price targets on it and even more. You remember that? Look at this. Okay, guys, I'm just going to get a quick bite to eat, so I'll be back. I just want to put myself on mute though. Don't want to munch on my bagel while I'm on a live mic. Guys, I'm just give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, guys. So listen, it's almost 2 o'clock. I'll definitely be leaving probably at 3. I'll always stick around afterwards if there are some questions. The room will be open until 3:30. William says he'll keep the room open until 3:30. So if I leave at 3, I'll stop the screen sharing. I won't be on the mic anymore, but you can still hang around in the room if you want to talk amongst yourselves. But I'm basically done. I'm just wanting to see what might happen with the G dot. I mean, nothing may happen. It gets back up to 750. I'm just going to get rid of it. Vroom, vroom. I saw this one earlier and I thought 2040 might block it, but evidently I was wrong. I was looking right here. Yeah, 2045. So Vroom is an earnings play, just continues to move higher. VRRM is an earnings play. Dash and AMD for short. Okay, let's take a look at DoorDash. Doing some door dashing tonight. So let's see. VWAP, VWAP, maybe it's about $1.40 above the VWAP. Okay. So what are you thinking that yesterday's high is going to block it? 88.08? Is that why you're looking at this as a potential short, Casa? Meanwhile, you just made another new high. Oh, sorry, William. I just saw your post now. Sorry. And then AMD. So ever since earnings on the 31st, so this was the reaction. This was the first, which is the reaction to earnings, has been on a tear, AMD. All right, this one just had a pop here, guys. CLMT, not a lot of volume though, 181,000 shares, and it's almost 2 o'clock. That's not a lot of volume. Relative volume is good, but let's see that. When did it have earnings? November 9th, pre-market. So this was a reaction. So it's kind of sold off. It got up to 16 and it sold off down to 14. So I see that this ILMN has had a nice rebound. ILMN is still down 10%, but from the absolute lows, wow, $88, almost $10. No, I was I'm just wondering what made you look at Dash? Just because it's approaching yesterday's high, maybe that'll block it. Just out of curiosity, I'm not saying this is not a good idea. I'm just looking at this and thinking, okay, maybe he thinks it's going to get blocked at yesterday's high. Oh, you know what? I'm afraid to look. I completely lost sight of Duolingo yesterday. I know it was an earnings play, and yes, 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 all-time high. Sorry, I wanted to follow this one yesterday. I just got so wrapped up in other things, and because look at what it did. It closed at the high of the day, basically. I mean, the high of the day was whatever 203.51. It closed at 203.02. So I mean, it closed at the high of the day. Second day continuation off earnings. This is a classic. Yeah, okay, so I think this is the day it happened, okay? So when I don't might have been this day, I can't remember exactly, but sometime in October, of course, or maybe it was even here, I just can't remember. But when Google came out and said, you know what, we're going to, kind of have a competitive program. They didn't single out Duolingo, but everyone, oh my gosh, if Google gets into this sphere, then it's all over for Duolingo. Look at what happened since then. And yes, I'm biased. I love their program. And I should have stuck by my guns, found a bottom down here. It might have been these 2 days that news came out about Google. Wow. That is a that is amazing. Not just that it bounced like this, but now this is an all-time high. I remember when I shut down yesterday, I said, "Don't forget to take a look at where Duolingo closed." Now, I'm not saying I would have absolutely taken this, but what I probably would have done is, at the beginning of the day, it got down to 197. I know it's way outside the price range I normally trade, but I probably would have said, "You know what? You can take some at 203, put a stop at around 2." So a $3 stop, and all I have to do is have a reasonable expectation of making 6 on the trade, which of course, there was because there was no resistance. This was an all-time high back here also. Oh well, c'est la vie. Boy, look at plug. Oh, brother. Earnings play. Microsoft, all-time high. Microsoft, I think, is an all-time high. Or close anyway. Yeah, look at that. Microsoft. Well, well, you know what? Keep an eye on the Met C. I really mean it. Keep an eye on the Met C. You never know at the end of this. I mean, we still have a couple of hours left, and this was just a high flyer yesterday. I mean, it's still up for the day, but and there was the alert 1622, so it's from the AI, a little bit above it. You never know if the volume comes in, and it might have that late day run. The VWAP is 1627, so it's sitting right around the VWAP area. 1627 is the VWAP for Met C. Problem, you'd like to see some volume come in. I don't mean because when I say that, people say, "Well, how much volume is necessary?" It's not the absolute amount. It is in relation to previous volume bars. Okay, you want to see something that sticks out a little bit. Oh, here's probably another AI play. Maybe I don't know. No, it's probably not. Sorry, the bio MAIA. Haven't seen this one for a while. We saw this one back in this month. Got up to almost $10, and then just collapsed. Making another little run here. Look at the volume that just came in. to MAIA. You guys have been talking about trade the desk for a long time, TTD. So another one displayed this way looks really interesting. Still down for the day. Orange means it's down for the day, but sorted on the position in the day's range, you can see it's near the high of the day. So it's still down. I mean, it's still down a whack, 15%, but it has, been inching its way up all day. As opposed to DESP, which is still up for the day. That's why it looks green, but it is, it's not at the low of the day exactly, but it's near the low of the day. So it has not been even though it's still up for the day, it's not been a good earnings reaction. Same thing with the ILMN, still down for the day, but almost near the high of the day. And I'm sharing this if you want it. This will still be pretty active next week, but look at all the earnings plays. I don't even think I can see them all. Yeah, look at them all. I mean, so remember this because in 2 weeks, it may be only up to here. And in 3 weeks, it might be up to here. And a month from now, might get a couple. I sort of remember Bill. I don't remember the other two, NVIDIA or AMD, Casa. I do remember Bill though. Yeah. Meanwhile, I mean, amazing. I don't think anybody would have thought that you would actually get close to the high of yesterday. Not when it was down here, $22. But there it is, 27.20. That's the high of yesterday. Guys, keep an eye on that METC. I mean, it might do it. It just may do it. Looks like it's really trying to clear that VWAP, 1627. I'd like to see more volume. Mm, here's another one that was pretty good. Again, I just lost sight of it. MODN 2260 1138. Suggestion to short MODN. Now it has popped now, but before it popped, it got down to 2150, which is over $1 away. I think next week I'm going to go back to my old layout. It's not that much different. I won't display the AI. I have in fact, it won't be that much different at all. But I think probably the questions will be less. So I might be able to concentrate just a little bit more. Plus, I think the option scanner will not have as many. And I can kind of concentrate a little bit more on the fewer ones that are there. Real isn't ILMN maybe at the top of some kind of a channel? I'm looking at a 5-minute chart. Looks like it's above the top of a channel for me anyway. And I'm talking about ILMN. If Real's still in the room. Not close? Okay, so different setting then, obviously. All right, guys. Again, I'm just gonna stubbornly hold on to the G dot. It's basically where I shorted it. I just want to see it at the end of the day. It has any sort of a move down. I could have taken some profit along the way, but I'm holding out for a bit more. We got the two V's at the top here, Venom and Vroom. VNM, VNOM. Not an earnings play. Wow, imagine that. Not an earnings play. Coming right into the next high looking left on the daily chart. And that is VNOM. Speaking of energy, let's take a look at XLE and see what it's doing. If it's no, still below the 200-day moving average. So basically the SPY is just flipping yesterday's action and adding a little bit more. So that red bar with the SPY is just basically flipping that. Guys, METC starting to move. METC starting to move. Okay, guys, listen, I know I have the on mute here. I think I'll put myself on mute. I'll add to it though. I'll hop back on the mic if there are any questions. Okay, so I'm going to mute myself now, but again, I'll hop right back on the mic if you've got any questions. Okay, so eyes, just give me one moment, okay? So what you do is this. Okay, how many monitors do you have? Just one or two or three or two monitors? Okay, this is what you do. Put your toolbar, okay, put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner. Well, of course, it's stretched all the way, but if you shrunk it in the upper left-hand corner of what you want to designate, even if it's three, you can have 100. Okay. What you'll designate as your main monitor. Okay. So obviously, this is my main monitor, the one you guys see. This is I've designated this as my main monitor. So what you do is you arrange all of your trade ideas, scans, charts, whatever you've got going that is trade ideas on all your monitors. Put them exactly where you want them on all your monitors. So for instance, I've got these two, on another monitor. So I put them exactly where I want them. Okay. So once you've done that, and if you click on tools, options, let me get rid of the announcement and go to layouts. So tools from our toolbar and then options. So I'll do it again. Tools, options, and then layouts. So you're following along. So you see where it says loading layouts? Check that. Open relative to main window. Check it. And then save it. Okay. When you do that, and again, when you exit trade ideas, make sure you save your work. Okay. Every little change you make, you have to save. But save that, and then when you exit trade ideas, it's going to say something like, "Do you want to load? Do you want to save your layout?" Something like that. Just say yes. I mean, you should save your layout to the cloud and all that. But when you load trade ideas on Monday or later on today, if you close it down, everything should be in the same place where you want it. You don't have to go through all that. If you want, you can even, if you don't mind closing it down and reloading it, if you've done it correctly, everything should be exactly where you want them. So you don't have to go through, the rigmarole of, okay, this is here. I got to put this here. I got to put that there. Okay. All right, guys. What time is it now? 2:30 almost. So another half an hour or so for me. Good question, Eyes. I'm sure others may have wanted to know the same thing. So good question. Okay, guys, I might put myself on mute again. I'm just cruise into 3 o'clock. Again, I'll answer any question. And that's what we like to hear. Okay, good. Works perfectly. Perfect. I'm glad. Always a but. Okay. I say I'm waiting. I'll come back on. Okay, I don't understand what you mean. If I click on any other window, so this is a window setting, I think. Are you talking about? I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean. If you click on any other window, okay, so I don't know. You're talking about what have I got here? So I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly. It might be some kind. Usually, that's a problem with people with only one monitor. So you're clicking on something, and then it all disappears, and then you have to go and click on your windows. I think it's something to do with Alt Tab. Somebody might be able to help you on that. Okay, I'm out of the G dot, guys. Yeah, I think it's something to do with Alt Tab. Just trying to see if I have anything that I can display without it being all personal stuff. Get rid of that. Yeah, I'm trying to. Somebody, I think somebody can help you though. Somebody, maybe Pepe, if you're around. I think the idea is click as like going Alt Tab or something like that. So the question is, Blaine, thank you. I think it's one of these deals in which he's got another, like he wants to maybe load another window other than TI, and the TI disappears, and so he wants to be able to bring it back quickly. I thought that was just with if you're using the web-based version, but I guess not. Are you you're not using the web-based version though, are you? You're using the downloadable application. Okay. So isn't there something, Blaine, isn't there something like Alt Tab? I don't have that issue. I'm trying to load something else, but I don't have that issue at all, ever. I don't know why I don't, but okay. So Alt Tab allows you to switch through open windows. So from both Blaine and Pepe, Alt Tab you can cycle through open applications, okay? I think that's I think that's the only, workaround, right? Thank you, guys. So I think that's the only thing you can try, eyes, okay? So, eyes, yeah, I'm out of my realm here, so hopefully Blaine or Pepe can whatever they're saying is helping you. I have no other, nothing I can do. It's more of a Windows thing, it's outside of Trade Ideas, so okay, guys, I'll put myself back on mute. How do I pick a stock in a day? Well, from my scans, not every stock, obviously not everything in every alert that I get in my scans, I'm going to trade or I want to trade. But I mean, that's where I start. I just look at my two favorite scans, the option activity scan and the breakouts or downs. So, I'll click on the alert and see if it makes sense to me to trade it. It's really that simple. Is there a scan for volume trade line VWAP cross both above and below? So, I mean, is there a scan? I mean, you can create one, but if you're asking me, do I have a ready-made one? Let me see what this one looks like. This VWAP doc alerts. I haven't looked at this one for a while. So this, I think, is below the VWAP, I think. Let me get rid of the announcement. Let me just take a look at this. All right, a new 5-minute high. Okay, so this is just either at the VWAP or just a little bit below. Oh, no, 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 no. No, I don't do that, newbie. I mean, the only research I do, if you call it research, is looking at, in the pre-market, seeing if it's an earnings play or if there's some news. Other than that, I don't look at any tabs or, I'm sorry, any tabs, any other than that. I don't dive into a company fundamentally. No, nothing. But certainly, yeah. I mean, if maybe you're not around in the pre-market. So this one right here, DSOP. So this is looking for stocks that are just underneath the VWAP and making a new 5-minute high. And then this one would be the reverse, stocks just above the VWAP, making a 5-minute low. Does that help you? And then you can make adjustments, price range and in other words, is it a good start? Is it a good start for you? Okay. And of course, yeah. So you just go into them and take a look, configure, and you can check to see what I've got here. And you can always adjust it, of course. Okay, so I can give you this. Doc VWAP alerts. Okay, let me as I recall, you don't get too many alerts from that because of I have a relative volume of 8. So you might, again, obviously completely up to you how you want to adjust it. So guys, MET-C on the move. MET-C is on the move. The area now will be the high of the day. If it can get even, well, maybe well, I think it's above this now, 1662. Yeah, that was a key area. And then, of course, at the beginning of the day, we had a move almost to 17. Yeah, I don't know if you guys don't know, I certainly don't know, Blaine, what exactly he means. I mean, on my other monitor, if I load something else other than like Word, okay, I've got Word going. No, I don't mind showing you this. I mean, I got Word going and nothing happens to trade ideas. Okay. I mean, I can load, so, nothing happens. I'm not sure what's happening on his end. Well, this is my TI layout, right? and I can load another program and it doesn't disappear. Nothing happens. You're stumping the people who know about computers' eyes, not me. Ooh, $7. Nope. Sorry, Stan. Nope. They don't have any plans for filtering on EMAs. I know it's been asked for 10 years now, but not that I'm aware of. I don't think they're looking to add anything, like in terms of filters, or I really don't think they're looking to add anything. Their main thrust is trying to get the web-based version and the downloadable app as close to being the same thing as possible. Let me pose that question though, San. Okay, before I just, I mean, it's possible that with the new, maybe the stuff happening in the background, but I, okay, excuse me. Okay, guys, 2:50. So in about 10 minutes, I am going to shut down. What I'm going to do is in our YouTube room, I'll put the trading room link, the other trading room link in there. So you can head over and listen, or not listen, no listening, but you can talk amongst yourselves. Other traders are there. That'll be until 3:30. Okay. William will keep the room open until 3:30. Oh, I know, Stan. It's been asked for 10 years. It's hard to believe, isn't it? That EMAs aren't available on filtering, but okay. I just got the answer. No plans for EMA filters. Okay. There's your answer. No, if 1,000 of you write in and say you want EMA filters or your leave, I shouldn't say that. This one, does this trade modems? Does it trade options? Yeah, hardly any option volume. So MODM does trade options, only 150 today. That's 5 times normal. So I was wondering why wasn't it showing up in here, but that's the reason. My minimum has to be 500 contracts. I think the problem is, guys, I think we're trying to figure out what the actual problem is. I mean, okay, here is my trade ideas on the monitor. You can see I have other scans on my other monitor. I mean, if I open up a browser and open up a browser, nothing's going to happen to my layout. It's still going to be there. It doesn't disappear, doesn't show up in a tab somewhere. It's just going to be there. If I open up Word or Excel or anything like that, nothing happens. So we I'm not 100% sure I'm understanding what's happening on your end. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to wrap my portion up. Are there any questions? I'll hang around for as long as you have questions. So if there are any questions, sorry, guys, I don't know. If Blaine and Pepe can't, who are way more computer savvy than I am, if they can't help you, I certainly can't. Yeah, so I think he's talking about this. If you have in your is this the taskbar? So if you hover over TI, you'll see all the ones you have open, even if they're minimized. But why do you have tabs? I'm trying to figure out. I've got tabs up here. Okay, sure, I can go from one tab to another, but nothing happens. I'm trying to figure out what in. I can see if you had the web-based version, and so Trade Ideas is tabbed, but Trade Ideas is not tabbed. Like the program is not tabbed, so I that's why I'm not understanding. Hail Mary Hedge. Was wondering if you. So yeah, let me see. This is what Michael. It's just a top list, okay? See if I can find it now. I actually wanted to see if you were still around. This is what he gave me. You can take a look at it. Of course, you're not a subscriber yet, are you? Um, yeah. So it's just a top list. as the fundamental side of it, he says. You see what it looks like. I've got way too many windows open, guys. That's why I'm having this little issue here. There we go. So he calls this can slim test. Okay. I don't know what I'm looking at. Let's take a look at the filters he's using. Okay, daily volume, institutional ownership is at least 25% of the total outstanding. Ratio cash to debt is 1. Quarterly revenue is up from last year. Estimated quarterly earnings are up. So this is all fundamental. This is this proprietary filter that we have. I'm sorry. No. This is position in 6-month range. So it's at the top, sort of at the top. Quarterly earnings are up from last year. So this is what he's put together. Test drive is still available. Yeah. So, I mean, I don't know what I'm seeing here. I mean, I can click on the alerts, but I don't know if this helps you to. So here is the test drive link. Probably have to hurry before I don't want to say it's before the market closes today at 4, but it's possible. This is the link. And if you do sign up for it, okay, then I'll give you this link so you can take a look at it once you've signed up, if that's what you want to do. Okay. This is the cloud link for it. Met-C, guys, Met-C. So now it's above yesterday's high, getting closer to the high of the day, and on a tremendous run. Yes, you could let me bring it back. Let me see. Yeah, you can take a top list and turn it into an alert window. Yes. And your alert would be whatever you want it to be, a new high of the day, new low of the day, new 5-minute high, whatever that alert would be. And let me load it again. So again, I mean, we call them I mean, that's what he's called them, the can slim test. So if you think that these are good ideas, with these filters in place, that these are good ideas for can slim stocks, then yes, it'll only look at these. All these filter requirements have to be met. Okay. So if you think, yeah, that makes sense, these filters would look like they should be can slim stocks. And then you can take this and then you can turn it into an alert window if you want. You have to have a trigger of some sort, a new high of the day, new low of the day, whatever your trigger is going to be. These are all the different, these are all the different. Come on. I've got so much going on, guys. I mean, I've taxed our system. Here we go. So these are all the different alerts that we've got. New highs of the day, new lows of the day. I don't expect you don't have to know them all, but you might just see something that, yeah, if I take the stocks that meet all these filter requirements and it makes a new high of the day, I want to know about it as an example, or a new low of the day, or a new 5 minute high, a new 5 minute low. I can't tell you what alert you're going to use, but you can definitely do something like that. Yes. I just noticed a news alert on the TI feed and crowdsource is starting to move. Okay. CRW. That's probably surprised it would be really current, but let's see. CrowdStrike, crowdsource. So what are you seeing though? I mean, this is all past stuff. I mean, detailed fundamental analysis, if that's what you're looking at. Okay, guys, it's 3:03. I think that's it for me. So as usual, thanks for all the help this week. I hope some of you who are taking the test drive have got something out of it. And remember, have to manage your expectations. You're not going to become an expert of trade ideas after having the program for 2 weeks, but it should give you an idea about what it can do. Now, remember, this support is always like this. Myself and all the other traders, we're always ready and willing to support the best we can. So have a great weekend, everybody. And again, I'll put myself on mute now, and the layout will disappear. Okay. I can answer that. How would I sort them above and below the 200-day moving average? Okay, let me bring it back. I think I close it off. So, I mean, you could do one of two things. You could take this and then add the filter, configure, search, type in 200. Okay, there's a change from the 200 days. All I have to do is put like a very like a point zero zero point. I'll put 0.01. Okay, that'll mean it has to be above. Now you can put whatever you want. Okay, I mean if you want it to be, if you just want to see the stocks that are above the 200-day moving average, then in this min box you would just put some really small number. And if you want to see the stocks underneath, so it's up to you. You can either have two top lists, one with all of these filters, but the stock is down below the 200, and ones that are above the 200. You would just duplicate this. My guess is that most of these are going to be above the 200-day moving average. I may be wrong, but let's do it just for fun. I'll do it and see what happens. So these are the ones that are above. I don't know if there's a big difference in what we saw before, because most of these stocks are generally, because of that ratio, that it's called the stock composite rating. The stock composite rating is this proprietary filter that we've got that is a combination of good fundamentals and technicals. So, I mean, I don't know how exactly it's calculated, but my guess is that most of the stocks are going to be above the major moving averages 20, 50, and 200. Okay. With this stock composite rating. And the stock composite rating he's got as a minimum is 77, I think, or 70. 100 being the highest. Okay, as you so you can see that CrowdStrike is at 88 as an example, which is means that this stock has got pretty strong fundamentals and strong technicals. I think you can sort the pullback winners by the ones that are down the most in 30 minutes, Denver. Okay. So I've got the 30-minute column change in 30 minutes. You sort on that, and that'll show you the ones that have pulled back the most. I don't have it up, but that seems to be the way to go. What I would do, you want to see the strong stocks that have pulled back the most, and then see what happens around that level. Okay, guys, are there any other questions? I have no problem hanging around if there are questions. And I say I'm getting one more question. Now, if it's this tab question, I can't answer it. Okay, so all right, yeah. What do you got? Oh, any snow in Whistler? Okay, I don't think so. Well, it's possible. I mean, it hasn't snowed in Vancouver at all, but I haven't. I don't know. I don't know if there's any snow in Whistler right now. What are we? November the 10th? Probably there is. Snowfall is expected to start early this evening and last into late afternoon of Saturday. So I don't know if there's any snow right now, but there's going to be. Okay, there you go. I just did a little Google search on that. Okay. Yeah, you can still use trade ideas on the weekends. Obviously, the market's not open, but you can still do scanning and checking like top lists and seeing stocks that maybe close near the high of the week, high of the month, things like that. Certainly, you can use trade ideas over the weekend. Obviously, there's the market's not open, but you can still use it. I would just look at trade. I would look at top lists, so because that'll kind of show you stocks that are obviously there are no alert windows because the market's not open, so you're not going to get any new alerts. But you can look at top. You could look at this. You could say, okay, here's a top list window. Um, you could add some columns in here. Position in the 20-day range, 3-month range, things like that. Did it close near the high of the day? Position in days range. I don't do any work on the weekend. I don't. What factors do I need to consider to see if a stock goes up on Monday? It's impossible to know, newbie. I mean, the only thing you can do is, again, with a top list window or maybe an alert window, check to see if a stock closed near the high of the day. Okay. And if it did that, does it have room to run when you look left to keep running until it hits the next high? That doesn't mean it's going to on Monday, of course. But I just don't do that. I just wait till Monday, and I see what's moving. Because it's not like I'm gonna take a stock now because I think it's going to move on Monday. Okay? I'm going to say no, eyes. The reason I say that is that, Pepe and Blaine certainly know their stuff around computers. And I don't think there's any, like, certainly none of the guys at Trade Ideas, I don't think they're going to know anything about what you're talking about, unfortunately. No, he says he's got two monitors, Pepe. And I showed him how he can create the layout so it'll stay on his two monitors by using he said he did this and it worked fine. So the tools, options, layouts, and then open relative to main window. He saved it. He said he closed down Trade Ideas and opened it again, and everything was exactly the way he wanted it. So we've got that covered. This other thing, I don't have a clue. Not really, Tony. Not really. I have found that if the work I do in the pre-market, I'm up, relatively early, and so I'm, several hours before the market opens, and I find that that is good enough. You're right, I used to do the evening scan and maybe prepare a list of stocks for the next day, but you know what? I wait, it's just as easy for me to wait for the morning. And I know I always have a couple of hours that I'm doing all this stuff anyway, so no, I guess the bottom line is no point for me anyway now to prepare a list of stocks that like I used to. I may as well wait till the morning because some of those stocks that I thought might move may be doing nothing. So why not just wait for me anyway to check out the stocks that are actually moving? But it's still not a bad idea. Okay, guys, are there any other questions? Okay, I don't see any questions. Okay, so I think this is it for me now. Okay. So the room is only going to be open for another 15 minutes anyway. Okay. Remember, William is going to shut down the room. And you know what? I'll just hang around. What the heck? Another 15 is not going to kill me. Yeah, it's virtually the same thing. So the question is the new option, abnormal option activity. So the option plays magic had more strategies in here. Okay. Notice I just have it had the 150, 200, and 300, if you know what I'm talking about, on the upside, and 150, 200, and 300 on the downside. And so what I did is I was getting too many alerts. So I thought, you know what? The whole idea of you do you remember when it used to be 150, 200, and 300? I mean, it still is probably in my on my channel, but I wanted to make it a lot easier. So the whole idea of having 150%. So I'm looking for stocks that are trading at least 150% of normal when for their option value or option volume. Just give me a moment. And so when I first put this together many years ago, I started off with 300%. Okay. In other words, it had to be trading at least three times normal. And but what I was finding is that I was missing out some of the early moves as it was approaching 300%, three times normal. So I decided to add a couple of the strategies at 100, at 150, and 200, and the 300. I kept them all in, and then I found, you know what, 150 is good enough. So I got rid of the other two. and on the upside and the downside. That so it is in essence exactly the same. Just got rid of the 200 and the 300. If all that makes sense to anybody, okay. But it's in essence the same. I think I still have the same minimum number of contracts, 500 contracts at least. So do you mean will Chris be doing the Zoom next week, Brian? You mean will Chris be doing the Zoom? I think he's doing it certainly for the test drive. He's probably on Zoom right now too. I'm almost 100% sure Chris will be doing the Zoom meetings next week too for the test drive. Yeah, I'll pose a question. Okay, I'm sure he is though. I can't imagine he'll stop doing it. Let me just pose the question to him. I just posed the question to him. See what he says. I'm sure. I can't imagine he's not going to. Sometimes he's picking up his daughter, and he might be on a Zoom right now. He might be Zooming right now. Yeah, this is kind of the time he picks up his daughter, I think. Doesn't take him long, but gosh, I don't. Anybody have the link for for Chris's Zoom meetings? I don't know if it's a new one. It's a Zoom meeting, so I don't know if it's new every day. I don't know if he sends it out in an email. Oh, thank you, Pepe. He's Zooming now. Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. So he's actually Zooming right now, Brian. So that is the link. Is it the same link every day? Because if it is, I'll just save it. So DT25, it's the same link every day. Okay, so I have no excuse then for not saving it, do I? I mean, I can probably find an excuse, but just give me a moment. I have to add it to my. Okay, I will save that link. So it should be good all next week then too. Okay. What a day. What a day. What a day. What a day, guys. I mean, it started off all right. Keep going. Will you take out the high? Is Metsy. Well, you heard me talking about it, guys. You know. So, a style of trading, right? If you want to keep an eye on where the VWAP is, and it was I think it was at 1628. The VWAP, of course, is a changing number. And I think it was at 1628. And when it took out the VWAP, then we watched it, or at least I watched it to see how well it was keeping above the VWAP, and to be pretty good. So, you have an opportunity to take it. But you know what I'm doing? I'm going to exit this trade. It's at it's right at the high of the day. So I'm going to exit this trade right now. And that's it. I'm done. Yeah, the dude. Sorry, Marty, but look at this market. Look at this market. Well, if you guys are still in this, I'm going to put an alert at 17. It'd be even interesting watching this after hours. Even you just making another new high. Dr. CT, Dr. CT. Also paying more attention to these cheaper ones. Right now, though, I'm just concentrating on the earnings plays. There's so many of them. But once the earnings plays dry up, we'll start to get back into those low cap crazy ones because there won't be anything else to trade. You can still trade these now, don't get me wrong, but I'm more concentrating on these earnings plays while we still have them. Cinco minutos, guys. As I'm getting ready for my Duolingo lesson. Where's Duolingo right now? See how it's hugging? And Steve will love this. So if Steve were in this trade, okay, Steve Gomez, if he were in this trade, he'd be, down here. Say he took it right here. See how that 10 SMA? See how it hasn't yet quite breached it, has not closed below it? That's his signal, though, to get out of a trade. Okay, so if there's a 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, so if it closes below, he gets out. Okay, guys. Yeah. So Chris just answered me. So yeah, he'll definitely be doing the Zoom link, the Zooming next week. Okay. Definitely doing the Zooming next week. But Brian, you can always ask me questions too. Okay. Okay, guys, I think I'll shut it down now. I know it's 2.5 minutes to 3:30, but I think I'll shut everything down now. William, you don't have to you don't have to close up. I'll do it. So, guys, thank you for again all the help. I love all the questions. We'll do this again Monday morning. So the main room is open. I'm noticing that William opens it usually around 7:15 to 7:30 Eastern time. Certainly no later than 8. So you can come into the main room before I actually get live on the mic at 9. But just to make it sort of simple, I'm live on the mic 9 to 3, sharing my screen. So have a great weekend, and let me just get the script together. Man, that's you. Unbelievable. Unbelievable what happened with this you. Bun fan Fandusa, man. Okay, guys, that's it. Let me get the script here and close the room. Open Monday. It didn't copy. Okay. And YouTubers, I'm going to do the same with you now. Okay. Got you guys down.